காய் ஆன் பண்ண வந்துட்டியாடா?
Hello, good morning. Auditorium, are you able to tell them? Am I audible to you all?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning,
Hmm.
ma'am. Am I audible to you all?
Good morning, ma'am. Audible, audible.
Thank you, thank you.
இந்த எக்ஸாம் கண்டக்ட் பண்றது
Good morning.
Morning, Father.
Okay, go ahead. God bless
Yes,
you.
sir. Thank you, Father. Thank you.
Father, good morning, Father.
Good morning. Good morning,
Good morning,
doctor.
Father. Good morning,
Good
Father.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Father. Good morning, to all. Manjanadam.
Good morning.
Sir, good morning.
Morning.
Father, our Vice Chancellor has greeted you.
Good morning, sir. Hope you are keeping good health. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Sir, good morning. Good morning,
Good morning.
Father.
கட் பண்றதுக்குள்ள அது இதாகுது ஜம்ப் ஆகுது
बड़ी बेटी के बाद में जाने उसकी विद्या भाव का है आपकी बड़ी बेटी बहुत अच्छी
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sapesh Gupta.
I'm Sebastian from Loyola College of Education, Chennai.
Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Father Rector. Welcome.
Good morning, Father. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Father, good morning, Father. I am Mani from Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University. Rector, Father, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Father. Thank you. Carly, ma'am, kindly check whether all the dignitaries have joined.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am,
From my
kindly
side,
check
from
whether
Loyola,
all the dignitaries
from Loyola,
From
Father Rector, Father Secretary have joined. And
Okay.
from Mara
From our
University
side,
in
our
Anjali
honorable
ma'am.
Vice.
From
Mara
Mara
University,
University, people have joined. And from
Yes.
your side, sir?
Our honorable Vice Chancellor and the Controller of Examination have joined, and we are waiting for the Registrar, sir.
You are waiting for?
Registrar.
Registrar. Okay, sir. We'll start now. The time is 9:30.
Yes.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible. Good morning. The power for creating a better future is contained in the present moment. You create a good future by creating a good present. A very good morning to one and all present. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this international webinar organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, India, and Loyola College of Education, Chennai, India, in collaboration with University Technology Mara, Malaysia, on the topic Enhancing Creativity in the New Normal Classroom Environment, Challenges and Prospects. There is no doubt that creativity is the most important human resource of all. Without creativity, there would be no progress and we would forever be repeating the same patterns. By Edward D. Bonner. May I request Professor S. Mani, Professor and Head, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, and one of the organizing secretaries of this webinar to welcome this gathering.
I am S. Mani, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University. Feel immensely happy to deliver the welcome address in this inaugural function of the two-day international webinar jointly organized by our university, that is Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, India, Loyola College of Education, one of our affiliated institution, India, and the University Technology Mara, Malaysia. At the outset, I would like to congratulate and thank you all on behalf of the authorities of these three institutions for joining us to make this event happen today and tomorrow. On behalf of the organizing team, I profoundly delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Ganeshan, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, for being with us to deliver the keynote address on this occasion. We welcome you, sir. I also join hands with the organizing committee to extend a warm welcome to the respected Registrar, Professor Dr. M. Sundar of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, and also respected Controller of Examinations, Professor P. Ganeshan of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, who are going to give felicitation address. Welcome, sir. I extend a cheerful welcome to Reverend Dr. Francis P. Xavier, Society of Jesus, the Rector and Vice President of Loyola Institutions, who is going to bless this occasion. Welcome, Reverend Father. I also extend a warm welcome to Reverend Dr. Sebastian, Society of Jesus, Secretary of Loyola College of Education, for his valuable presence and prayers. I also accord a warm welcome to Dr. L. Kulande Teresa, the Principal of Loyola College of Education, for her valuable presence and blessings. We extend heartfelt welcome to the Associate Professor T.S. Zaina Syed Paris, the Dean, Faculty of Education, University Technology, Asia. Also going to give a topic. Welcome, madam. We acknowledge in Rahmat, the Deputy Dean, Research and Industry Network, Faculty of Education, University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Welcome, sir. Also, I welcome Madam the coordinator of corporate communication, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, for her valuable presence and wishes for the event. Welcome, madam. It is our pleasure to welcome one of the organizing secretaries, Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, the of Education, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, who is not only going to propose the vote of thanks in the inaugural function, but also going to be one of the speakers the happiness of extending a warm welcome to other 6 speakers of various sessions during these 2 days, especially Dr. Jagpreet Kaur, Faculty of Education, Punjabi University, Patiala, India. Dr. Trishanti Azur P. Barcelona, the Dean, Teacher Education Program, Lourdes College, Philippines. Dr. A. John Lawrence, Associate Professor, St. Xavier's College of Education, Tirunelveli, India. Dr. Kashya P. Avasti, Faculty of the National Center for School Leadership, National Institute of Education Planning and Administration, New Delhi, India. Professor Dr. Srinivasa Kumar, the Dean, Faculty of Education and Human Resource Development, Dravidian University, Kuppam, India, and Dr. R. Vijay Kumar, the former Regional Director of Northern Regional Committee of National Council for Teacher Education, New Delhi, and currently working as the Faculty of Education, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry, India. Welcome, madam. Welcome, sir. I also extend a warm welcome to Dr. M. Caroline Maria, one of the organizing secretaries of this 2-day international webinar, and also going to present the dynamics of the webinar. Welcome, madam. On behalf of the entire organizing team of this international webinar, I extend a heartfelt welcome to the delegates who have joined in this event across the world. Organizing committee members of all these institutions, the teaching and non-teaching staff, students, and scholars of all these 3 host institutions. Finally, let me conclude my welcome address by wishing you all great success in your pursuits. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. Wish you all good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. May I now invite Dr. Caroline Maria, IQAC Coordinator, Loyola College of Education, one of the organizing secretaries, to throw light on the dynamics of the webinar. A very pleasant morning and good afternoon to one and all gathered virtually. I deem it a great privilege to present the dynamics of the international webinar organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, in collaboration with University Technology Mara, Malaysia, on the topic Enhancing Creativity in the New Normal Classroom Environment, Challenges and Prospects. While learning is possible, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit, said Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. The international webinar is planned to provide a lot of productive inputs to foster creativity in the new normal classroom environment in the post-pandemic period. Service learning is one of the many habits disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Service learning researchers and practitioners responded by reframing the courses and encouraging civic engagement in the higher education systems in various parts of the world. After the pandemic, we have learned that educators should take service learning as flexible as possible. The pandemic period has taught us about the fragility and uncertainty of human life. As a result, we realize that the importance of creativity, innovation, and empathy for one another in all levels. With partner institutions, we should explore a more innovative service learning approach to realize an academic space for being, knowing, and doing combined with common good. Having this thought, the first session is arranged on the topic the Service Learning Malaysia University for Society in New Normal Classroom Education will be delivered by technologist Dr. Sharifah Husaina Syed Aris, Dean, Associate Professor, Faculty of Education, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Creativity is not the superpower that only some of us have. It is a skill that one can practice. Teachers must equip themselves with concrete methods to activate their students' creativity. Positive pedagogy offers us the methods to create a positive atmosphere in the classroom. A supportive learning environment will generate a stable ground for creativity. In order to understand these aspects, the second input session is organized by the topic Pedagogy to Enhance Creativity, which will be delivered by Dr. Jakpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Punjabi University, Patiala, India. In the post-pandemic period, we have been moving towards the new normal, which is a blended form of formal traditional teaching education process along with the interaction of technology. There is no single effective approach for integrating technology in the teaching learning process in the new normal landscape. Teachers and educational institutions need to continuously explore the possibilities of using various technologies in the different contexts to keep the learners hooked. In this regard, the third input session is planned on ICT in the new normal classroom, which will be delivered by Dr. Crescenti Exer P. Barcelona, Dean, Teacher Education Program, Lutz College, Philippines. A well-accepted definition of creativity is the generation of a new product that is both novel and appropriate in a particular scenario. A product could be an idea, an artwork, an invention, or an assignment in the classroom. There isn't just one way for a person to be creative or one set of characteristics that will differentiate the creative person. Instead, many experts think of creativity as a set of skills and attitudes that anyone is capable of. Hence, the fourth input session is planned on fostering creativity in teaching and learning by Dr. A. John Lawrence, Associate Professor, St. Xavier's College of Education, Tirunelveli, India. Creative leadership is the ability to create and realize innovative solutions, especially in the face of structurally complex or changing situations. In a classroom environment, creative leadership is about thinking, seeing, and doing things differently in order to improve the life chances of all students. Creative leaders also provide the conditions, environment, opportunities for others to be creative. Dr. Kaishapi Avasti, Assistant Professor, National School for Leadership, National Institute for Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi, has come forward to talk about leadership for enhancing creativity in classroom during the fifth session. Classroom management plays a central role in enhancing teaching learning process. Several factors have to be considered in the management of class, such as group dynamics, motivation, type of leadership, enhanced environment. Varieties of skills are to be developed among the students in which creativity is one. Joyful learning situation with proper guidance and providing new opportunities to think would pave way for habituation of creativity among them. Hence, Professor D. Srinivasa Kumar, Dean of School of Education, Human Resource Development, Dravidian University, Andhra Pradesh, has accepted to enlighten us on classroom management to enhance creativity during the sixth input session. Curriculum of teacher education is broadly dealt with foundation of education, curriculum, pedagogy, and school internship. Curriculum framework must be visualized to act as a catalyst to change the profile of the teacher education so that teacher education institutions become active centers not only for research but also for practical experiments to direct to improvement of educational methods and curriculum. In this matter, the conviction that if teacher education institution could be organized on a right track and become dynamic centers of progressive educational improvements, the whole task of educational reconstruction would be greatly facilitated. In order to exemplify these ideas, Dr. Vijay Kumar, former Regional Director, NRC, National Council for Teacher Education, New Delhi, has agreed to talk on curriculum framework for teacher education during the 7th input session. The shift to online learning due to pandemic has greatly altered the teaching and learning scenario. Teachers find it very difficult to gauge the students' reaction of what is being taught as they can't see their facial expressions and another nonverbal communications, but totally depending upon the students' experiences. So, this has made the teachers to try out new creative ways of addressing students, understanding through online as well as offline activities. Instead of having the usual paper pencil testing, portfolios, projects, and other alternative assessment to grab more attention. Thus, assessment for learning started emerging rapidly where assessments are embedded in the learning activities. Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, examination coordinator, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, who will throw some light on revival of assessment for learning in new normal classroom in the last session, that is 8th input session. The schedule of the webinar. The deliberations of international webinar are scheduled for 2 days with 8 input sessions consisting of 4 input sessions each day. Out of 8 sessions, 5 input sessions will be given by Indian speakers and 3 other input sessions will be given by speakers from Malaysia and Philippines. This international webinar is conducted through online mode using Cisco WebEx platform from 9:30 a.m. till 3 p.m. with a half-an-hour lunch break between 12:30 p.m. to 1 p.m. on both days of 13th and 14th May 2022. And the entire webinar will also be live streamed in YouTube. Each input session is scheduled for 1 hour as 40 minutes of input session, 10 minutes for interaction, and 10 minutes for introducing and thanking the speaker, which will be done by the moderator of each session. Gentle instructions regarding the feedback, kind attention to all the participants. After each input session, a feedback link will be sent to the participants through a chat box of Cisco WebEx, YouTube, as well as WhatsApp group. Therefore, you are kindly requested to actively participate in all the 8 input sessions and submit your genuine feedback in order to become eligible for receiving an e-certificate at the end of the international webinar. There is a room for everybody on the planet to be creative and conscious if you are your own person. If you aren't your own person and trying to imitate somebody else, then there isn't any creativity. Tori Amos. My best wishes for the delegates, expecting their complete participation in these 2 days and become more creative to make the teaching learning process more successful and worthy. Wish you all a productive session ahead. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. May I request Reverend Dr. Francis P. Xavier S.J., Rector and Vice President, Loyola Campus, Chennai, to felicitate the gathering.
Reverend Father Secretary, Dr. Sebastian, respected officials, Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Controller of Exams, and others, collaborating institutions, organizing team members, invited speakers, and all the participants, good morning to you all. When we are thinking about enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, we need to think or select or choose between achievements or values. We have the ability to adapt ourselves to any crisis. In the beginning, we were shocked to know of corona pandemic. Then we got reconciled to the reality of pandemic. And later we realized that we need to live with the pandemic impact and effects. Now we need to think how we could get back to normalcy and how we could override the crisis and begin to surf on the waves of creativity. After nearly 2 years of lockdown, when we returned to in-person sessions, we realized that both the teachers and students had difficulty to concentrate in the class and to write full-length exam, impatience and irritability on the increase, substance abuse creeping in, verbal or even physical violence showing up, and so on. All the same, we are trying to cope with difficulties and challenges, and we are now finding our way to new normalcy in the academics. COVID-19 lockdown forced us to online teaching and learning. Our pedagogical practices and learning performances got new parameters. The outcome of online teaching was technology taking the front stage. In-person lectures were replaced by Zoom or online lectures. Writing an essay by hand was replaced by typing an assignment. Writing on the board was replaced by PowerPoint presentation or digital whiteboard, etc. We need now to check, among other things, 3 factors. 1, whether technology has effectively replaced the current practice without making meaningful or drastic changes for the better the learning activity. 2, whether technology has effectively improved the learning activity that would guarantee appreciable improvement in learning outcomes. And 3, whether technology has transformed the outcome of learning activity significantly. If the output is engaging students in meaningful interactions with others and with course contents, enhancing the behavioral, emotional, and cognitive levels of students, then we have done well. If not, we need to think out of box. We need to creatively reflect for the better. Some educational system has adopted a 5-phase approach, namely engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. We need to engage the students, making use of the real world and real-time scenario in critical thinking and helping them find connectivity with their past experiences as the prolonged lockdown has made them forget their study habits. The teacher, on his or her part, works as a facilitator, a mentor, helping the students to explore new possibilities or opportunities and to experience the possible outcome. When students get confused or feel overwhelmed, the teacher comes to his or her rescue by explaining and engaging the students in explaining things in a direct or explicit manner, thereby facilitating concept building to build up learning process. When the students are not able to follow explanation, then the teacher has to go one step further, that is making information or content of teaching very elaborate with examples and understandable statistics or case studies. And to follow whether the teaching learning process is effective, Evaluation process needs to be adopted. When long hours of exams are difficult, exams with short duration, open book exams, quizzes, assignments, etc. could be contemplated, which would take care of the present mindset of the students. This formula has helped the educators with ample opportunities to bring in blended learning and identify the practices and pedagogy that provide with real and lasting impact on the students. Now, the teachers need to navigate the students in learning process. They are invited to look for opportunities amidst the challenges and difficulties created by the lockdown. An important element is to create support groups among the students as well as with the parents, where a smooth transition from pandemic to new normal situation leading to learning with full interest and focus could be possible. One possibility could be to retain the beneficial outcome from online learning. Henceforth, the pedagogy could be on a blended mode, namely a combination of in-person as well as online teaching and learning. In an age of big data, the students could be trained to make use of data mining, data analysis, coding, etc. for effective learning. At present, we face one issue in particular. It's a dilemma of achievement or values. Many consider education as a passport to good jobs in order to earn more, but in Jesuit educational institutions like ours, socially relevant and meaningful values are more important than imparting mere information. Students in this context should have social outlook as well as exposure, as this is the time of solidarity with one's fellow human beings. In this context, Insight and Foresight, Loyola College of Education has organized a seminar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment with a focus on challenges and prospects. I appreciate the organizers and the institutions for these timely efforts, and I wish all the participants the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Rector. May I request Associate Professor, Technologist, Dr. Sharifah Rosaina Syed Aris, Dean, Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to felicitate the gathering.
Hey, can you hear me, Gayatri?
Yes, ma'am, we can
All
hear.
right, thank you. All right, thank you, Gayatri, for the introduction. A very good morning to everyone, and also afternoon in Malaysia. Now it's already 12:30 p.m. Our honorable guests and speakers, Prof. N. Panchanadam, Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, Professor M. Sundar, Professor Ganeshan, Professor S. Mani, and also another collaborators from Loyola campus Chennai, Professor Dr. Francis Xavier, Rector and Vice President, and his team, Dr. Sebastian, Dr. Kalandale, Dr. Caroline Maria, and also team from University Technology Mara, Faculty of Education, Dr. Muhammad Khairizan, Dr. Gita Anjali, and also Madam Munira. Okay. Right. On behalf of Faculty of Education, UITM, and as collaborators for this international webinar session, I would also like to welcome everyone to International Webinar on Enhancing Creativity in the New Normal Classroom Environment, Challenges and Prospects. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our counterparts from Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and also Loyola College of Education for their willingness to collaborate with us and making this international webinar a reality. We signed MOU with Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University on the 6th September 2021 last year, and this is our second activities with the NTU. The global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on university learning and teaching has been significant. COVID-19 is estimated to have impacted over 220 million tertiary students in 2020 owing to university closures. As we have all experienced, this abrupt transformation carried with it its own sets of obstacles. However, technology, creativity, aligned with our theme today, and enthusiasm have enabled us to survive because we recognize the value of education and have taken all necessary steps to provide inclusive and equitable quality education and lifetime learning opportunities for everyone. With this huge transition in education, academic will have more possibilities to examine, analyze, assess, and reflect on the many new educational concerns that have emerged, as well as new areas of educational discourse to consider. I feel that this webinar event will provide an excellent opportunity for academics to discuss their thought, results, idea, and insight on the new norm that may be achieved through high quality education. I truly hope that this 2 days international webinar will achieve its goals and aspiration to be a global platform in the sharing of new knowledge, especially dealing with the new normal classroom environment. Thank you again to our partner, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, India, and Loyola College of Education for collaborating with us. May this collaboration continue with many more exciting partnership activities in the future. Thank you. Back to Gayatri.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Professor. May I request Professor P. Ganeshan, Controller of Examination in Charge, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, to felicitate the gathering.
Good morning, madam. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, all of you. First of all, I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor given the opportunity to given the felicitation address to here. I thank to the organizing committee and my colleague Dr. Manisa and his committee and his all the delegates from different kinds of the world and the resource personals, the personality and the resource person throughout the world come here. And I thank to the collaborate hours with the Loyola College and then Mara from Malaysia and then Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University. I thank all of you given the opportunity to me. And here we notice the title. The title is a very enhanced. He also mentioned the enhance and the creativity in the new normal classroom environment. We are the person we well know the pandemic period. What is our curriculum? How can we teach to the concerned lesson to our students? Because we differently in earlier lecturing in the classroom situation. As educators, we well know creativity is one of the skills. This skill also be introducing the inside the classroom means the teacher is one of the persons given the creativity in the classroom. That's why if you are in your teaching, you enter the classroom. In that classroom, each and every message it should be creativity, thinking of our students. So I really it is a wonderful of the title, and all the peoples are given the direction how can the creativity, the environmental, in which article, other technology used in our classroom situations. It is a wonderful session. So I really appreciate all the persons, the good effort to success of this international seminar, webinar, not a seminar, webinar. So once again, I thank to all of you given the opportunity to me to given the felicitation address. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Professor. May I now request Professor M. Soundarajan, Registrar, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, to felicitate the gathering.
Hello? Hello, hearing me,
Yes,
Max?
yes, ma'am. Yes, we are able to hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Most respected, Honorable Vice Chancellor and the dynamic person of our great university, Professor N. Panjanathan, sir. Respected, Revered Dr. Francis P. Xavier, Rector of Vice President, Loyola College. Respected Associate Professor, Dean Faculty of Education, Sharifah, University Mara and Malaysia. Respected Professor B. Ganeshan, Controller of Examination. Respected Kidanjali Narayanan, Professor Mani sir, and professors, associate professors, assistant professors, participants from different parts of the country. Good morning to all. It is a great occasion to organize Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and Loyola College of Education, Chennai, in collaboration with the University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia, are organized international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects. I think it's a great occasion if you are choosing the best topic for the international webinar on new normal classroom environment. Today, the world changing at an unprecedented rate, and for millions of educators around the world, now may be the single most critical period in history to emphasize the benefit and importance of creativity in the classroom. Teachers who frequently assign the classwork involving creativity are more likely to observe in their students higher order cognitive skill, problem solving, critical thinking, and connecting behind the mood between the subjects. And when teacher combine the creativity with transforming their technology use, the see even the better outcomes. Creativity is an essential skill students need to succeed in school and more importantly in life. It improves problem solving, contributes to happiness in school and gives students a sense of purpose. Almost every educator would agree that creativity is essential. Budget cuts to areas of education like art and music program demonstrating differently how teacher can boost their own creativity, the skill of the students. One is the generate ideas, use your imagination. The third one is make mistake. Then how to boost the students of creativity. With the technology fulfilling the classroom across the country, the teacher have the tool to enhance the student the creativity and to turn consuming the information into the creating content. It is the plenty of found in the websites of the app are available to help teachers encourage the use of student imagination. Many of these are free and easy to use, make it even more convenient for teachers to implement. How for the few we would recommend and in the best practices for the creativity in the classroom. And the conclusion is the creativity also directly enhance learning by increasing motivation, deepening the understanding, and promoting joy. Intrinsic motivation is essential to the creative process and release on the student the pursuing the meaningful goals. Create is at the top Bloom's taxonomy for a reason by noticing broader but the better and the connecting material across the academic discipline. Creative thinking can facilitate the deeper crossing curriculum. Thank you. Thank you for one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. I am extremely honored to introduce Professor N. Panchakandam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, as the keynote speaker of the day. He has an experience of 30 years in teaching, academic research, and extension activities. He also has 2 years full-time and 8 years part-time industrial experience. He is the recipient of the first doctoral degree in the Department of Business Administration, Annamalai University. He has a series of publications in national and international journals. He has authored and edited many books. His research guidance includes 40 PhD scholars for their doctoral degree, 23 MPhil scholars, and 200 MBA candidates. He has adjudicated doctoral theses both from Indian universities and foreign universities. We are extremely happy to have you among us, Professor. On behalf of the organizing committee, may I request you to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning to all. Am I audible?
Yes, Professor, you're audible.
At the outset, I want to address
Professor, you are not audible. You are not audible as well as you are not visible. Kindly check your camera, Professor. Professor Mani, kindly check DC sir's camera.
Is it all right now? Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You're audible now, sir, but you're not visible.
I'm seeing myself.
Yes, sir. Now you're audible as well as visible, sir. Kindly proceed, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thanks to Professor Mani for giving his instrument. And we are traveling and doing it. Please do excuse us. Once again, I'm happy to address respected Reverend Professor Mani, Professor Ganeshan, Professor Caroline, Professor Syed Arif, and other respected members of organizing committee, Madam Gayatri, and every. I want to name everybody due to want of time, and because of this internet issue, I simply say that the galaxy of respected honorable members present here. Apart from that, wonderful participants. On behalf of the organizing committee and on my personal behalf, I appreciate those who are investing their time and they are present in this learning process. Stop learning, stop teaching. Stop learning, stop doing research. So my special appreciation goes to all wonderful, dedicated, resourceful persons who are going to be benefited for these 2 days, not only because of this uh, people we are talking in the introductory session, but also wonderful, respected resource persons from various countries who are going to address for the 2 days on behalf of organizing committee. Sincerely thank them also. Again, my appreciation goes to these 3 great institutions: Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Loyola College, and the University Technology Mara from Malaysia. See that we all are assembled together to disseminate knowledge. That is the purpose of any educational institution. Not only disseminating, but also for the audience, sometimes it will be a reinforcement. What we have been talking, sometimes it may not be new to you, but already you know that, but still it is a reinforcement. So in that way, once again, I congratulate and appreciate those who are investing time and learning these 2 days so that your thirst for learning is quenched. At the same time, the topic enhancing creativity in new normal. Creativity, I can simply say that fluency plus flexibility plus originality. I remember when I was doing my Master of Business Administration program, my teacher used to show a pen. How many uses you can do with the pen? I remember one of students, he was able to generate 100 applications of a pen in 5 minutes. 100. I'm sorry, my capacity is not even to copy them. If it is written on board, I cannot copy all these applications in 5 minutes. But a boy was able to write 100 applications of a pen. Some people were writing. I can write a letter, I can write examination, I can write a leave letter, I can write a love letter, everything. All these things are only one fluency is there. There is no flexibility. It is only single use. But the boy was able to write. I can write. I can throw. I can use it whenever itching is there. I can use it as a tool. I can simply rotate the fan when it is not rotating, particularly in a railway station. Because sometimes it does not rotate. We use the pen for that. Tape recorder winding I can do. Make a hole in the paper. 100 applications in 5 minutes. See the creativity, flexibility, fluency, plus originality. That is the reason today we have aeroplane, we have car, we have wonderful machines, coffee machines we have, kitchen facilities we have, internet is there. Even today we are talking online, thanks to COVID. So we don't like COVID. Thanks to COVID, COVID made all of us to meet. Otherwise, coming to University of Mara, along with Professor Mani sir under his leadership, all of us coming to Malaysia, it will be a 1 year planning. Now this conference is only 10 days planning, 1 week planning. Thank somebody's creativity. So fluency, flexibility, and originality should be created among people. That is Swami Vivekananda says, it is there. Every child born in the world has got creativity. Only we need to perfect it. The teacher's responsibility is to go and perfect it. In the lighter sense, in the Indian schools, teachers used to worry about children, too much of creativity. In the lighter sense, they used to tell that a teacher was asking, this building was constructed with the help of 1,000 people in 2,000 days. The same building is to be constructed with the help of 5,000 people. How many days it will take? Some mathematics you and I did, and we passed. But a boy asked the question, sir, mathematics teacher, this is an unwanted and unnecessary question. When the building was already constructed, why should we construct it again? Why should we construct it again? So it's a creativity, but not in a constructive way. He's thinking creatively. Creativity is there in the child, but it's not in constructive way. That is the reason teachers should go to the classes, how to enhance their creativity. That is the reason, again, I appreciate Professor Mani under his leadership in Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, a big team of organizing committee members have been working for this. Similarly, I congratulate Loyola College and the University of Mara. All of them together, they are trying to make audience to understand how we can enhance the creativity which is already in children, in schools and colleges. How to do that? For which one of the important strategies is to simply enhance the methods of teaching. No more teacher-centric teaching. We all should go for student-centric teaching. Recently, at this age, I was a student in the University of Wageningen, one of the best agricultural universities in the world in Amsterdam, Netherlands. And for a particular concept, my teacher, Professor Tom, used more than 11 methods to explain one concept, including dance, music, case study, games, group discussion, quiz, more than 11 methods, pedagogy, he used to make us to understand a particular concept. See his creativity and see how he made us to think creatively differently, so we become well versed in that concept. Anytime, any number of hours, we can write, we can do anything. Experiential learning. I used to always tell in Tamil Nadu recently, one of the teachers, what he did, he was talking about aeroplane, teaching about aeroplane for many days. Children were not able to write even 3 pages for 10 mark questions. Ultimately, what he did from one city is called Madurai. From Madurai to Chennai, another city. He spent for 23 children. He purchased the tickets. He took them in aeroplane. Government school. Poor boys and girls, 7, 8, 10 years old. First time aeroplane visit. After the one visit, he wanted them to write 3 pages about aeroplane. Children are writing 10 pages non-stop, unable to stop. What is airport, how clean it is, what is check-in, what is security check, what is takeoff, what is landing. All those things hours together they speak and write, experiential learning. So he made the creativity of individual to come out through this experiential learning. That is the reason once again I appreciate Loyola College, University Technology Mara, and the Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University for choosing the right title, enhancing creativity. Creativity is there in children, in school students, enhancing them in new normal, as rightly Father Reverend Father told. After 2 years, even recently yesterday I could see in Tamil Nadu one of the TVs, 44,000 students did not come to examinations. So new normal situation is different. These 2-3 years break has made both teachers and students to suffer a lot. Sometimes they do not understand even what is the normal classroom situations. So 44,000 students did not come to +2 an important examinations in their career. That means, as rightly our father told, as rightly our Professor Manishi told in his welcome address, and as our registrar spoke, and your madam from University of Mara spoke, we need to think differently. We need to be, teachers need to be very creative, and we should make our students to understand the importance of new normal classroom, what is the regular classroom, why they forgot in 2 years all these things, how to regain the lost glory. So once again, I congratulate and I appreciate all of them. So this is not only an example of pen I gave, and I hope that some people who are in Tamil Nadu, they know another city is called Madurai. In Madurai, there is 105 varieties of dosas are there. 105 varieties of dosas are there. That means uh, 105 varieties of dosa. We were young children. One variety dosa we were eating. Now 105 varieties are there. So creativity, entrepreneur created a small dosa and people community particular it is the responsibility of the teacher to enhance for that is the reason. If you just to take Malaysia, India, Philippines, America, any country, for example, in India, if you take our forefathers, hundreds and thousands of years ago, today we have, they were able to data model today we use about astrophysics for which a lot of
Excuse me, sir.
I request the teachers to simply prepare in the sense not only reading repeated the curriculum content for every content, how it can be taken to how it can be taken to children, the way, the method, the pedagogy, what is the creative method, how we can make children to come out with new methods. How do you want to learn this concept? Why can't you yourself tell a new method? You want to learn through dance? What dance you want to make? You want to compose a song? What song you want to compose? How this concept can be related to that? So the outcome will be a strong and everlasting learning will take place, for which these 2 days wonderful speakers from all over the world going to speak. I am very much delighted, equally interested along with you to learn from all of them. So once again, I appreciate and congratulate organizing team, Professor Mani, and similarly our father from Loyola, and similarly Madam Sayed Aris and the team from University of Mara for investing their time and their teams. Big number of teams are working behind this scene. All I want to name everybody due to want of time. I only appreciate them. I join father. We all got blessings from our father. We all got blessings from Sayed Aris Madam. Similarly, I also join them in blessing all of you for investing your time in organizing this great program. On behalf of organizing committee, I congratulate, I appreciate all wonderful participants for investing their valuable time in teaching learning process, particularly on this title, Enhancing Creativity in the New Normal Classroom. This will certainly will benefit hundreds and thousands of people through the teaching learning process. My congratulations go with all of you. Good day. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for your patient listening. Best wishes.
Thank you, Professor. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Henry Ward Beecher. May I request Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, Coordinator of Examination, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A warm and graceful afternoon and greetings from Malaysia. We are truly honored to have Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, Professor N. Panchanadam, to grace the inaugural ceremony with his keynote speech. Your thoughts and elegance of your explanation, VC sir, have enlightened us, our minds, on balancing fluency, flexibility, and originality. A paradigm shift from teacher-centric to student-centric pedagogical methodologies is seemed necessary with a focus on experiential learning to enhance the creativity among students in the new normal that we have embraced. Compliments from the coronavirus. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to esteemed guests, Reverend Dr. Francis P. Xavier, SJ, Rector and Vice President of Loyola Campus, Chennai, Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Sharifah Ruzaina Said Aris, Dean of the Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, Professor P. Ganeshan, Controller of Examinations in Charge, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Professor M. Soundarajan, Registrar in Charge of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, for encouraging felicitations. I would also like to express my deepest thanks to the charismatic and dynamic duo who are the backbone of this international webinar, Professor Professor S. Mani from TNTU and Dr. M. Caroline Maria from LCE. Thank you very much. My sincere gratitude to the joint secretaries who worked equally hard to make this webinar a reality. From the Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Professor M. Govindan, Associate Professor Dr. K. Rajasekharan, Dr. C. E. Jayanti, Dr. P. Subramanian, Dr. D. P. Saravanan, and Dr. T. M. Gnanasoundari. And from Loyola College of Education, the Secretary, Reverend Dr. Sebastian S.J., the Principal, Dr. L. Kulandai Teresal, IQAC members, Dr. A. Jasmine Christie and Dr. E. Kartigeyan, and from the Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, UITM, Deputy Dean, Research and Industry Network, Dr. Muhammad Khairizan Rahmat, and the Coordinator of Corporate Communication, Madam Munira Muhammad Izam. A special thanks goes to the distinguished resource persons from Philippines, Malaysia, and all over India, together with the moderators who agreed to spare their time to share their expertise and fulfill the objectives of this webinar. Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Sharifah Ruzaina Said Aris from UITM Malaysia, Dr. Jakpreet Kaur from Punjabi University Patiala, India, Dr. Crescenti Exio P. Barcelona from Lutz College, Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines, Dr. Kashyapi Awasti from NIEPA, New Delhi, Professor D. Srinivasa Kumar, Dravidian University, Andhra Pradesh, India, Dr. Vijayakumar from NRC NCTE, and Dr. A. John Lawrence from St. Xavier's College of Education, Tirunelveli. I'd also like to thank all the people behind the scene, the technicians, the runners, the students from all the three institutions for bringing us together on this auspicious collaborative international webinar. Not to forget everyone present here, the participants in particular, who would make this international webinar a great success. Thank you for your participation and support. On behalf of the organizing committee, I hope you will have a fruitful 2-day webinar with loads of inputs from various experts from various institutions. I'd like to end with a quotation from Paul J. Mayer. Productivity is never an accident. It is always the result of a commitment to excellence, intelligent planning, and focused effort. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am. Creativity involves breaking out of expected patterns in order to look at things in a different way. Now it's time to begin our input sessions for day 1. The first session will be on the topic, the Service Learning Malaysia University for Society, SULAM, in the new normal educational ecosystem by resource person, technologist Dr. Sharifah Ruzaina Syed Aris, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Over to the moderator for the session, Dr. Van Nurul Elia Hasli Sharif, Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Elia, and I will be the moderator for this first session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of the International Webinar on Enhancing Creativity in the New Normal Classroom Environment. The webinar will include a series of talks delivered by renowned speakers from various teacher education institutions from India, the Philippines, and Malaysia. So it is my honor today to introduce our first speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Sharifah Ruzaina Syed Aris. Dr. Sharifah Ruzaina is currently the Dean at the Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. She used to serve the Academic Affairs Division in UiTM from 2015 to 2019, where she managed more than 500 academic programs, 26 faculties, and 37 branch campuses. She is also the committee member of various national level task force, including the Technical Committee for Noble, which stands for Noble Outcome-Based Learning, Strategic Committee for Apprenticeship Program, Strategic Committee of Service Learning Malaysia for Society, SULAM, Task Force for Excel Framework, and Task Force for 4.0 Educators. She is also involved in developing the guidelines for the academic programs for higher education community and curriculum of the future framework SULAM, SULAM Playbook, and the Noble Playbook. Part of her research includes the study on outcome-based education implementation, the impact of mode industry academic program, and the impact of My3S instrument on students' numeracy and digital skills among higher education students, and impact of SULAM on community. Apart from that, she is also a trainer for outcome-based education, new program developments, curriculum review assessment, and SULAM. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Dr. Sharifah Ruzaina to deliver her talk entitled Service Learning Malaysia University for Society, SULAM in the New Normal Educational Ecosystem. So the floor is yours, Doctor.
Okay. Morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Elia. Allow me to share my slide first. Can you see my slide?
Yes. Doctor, before you start, maybe I would like to request for all the participants to mute your mics,
Yes,
or
please.
maybe the admin can also mute the mics of the participants to ensure that this goes without a hitch. Can I please request Dr. Sharifah to mute your mic, please? Hold on here, doctor. Let me just get okay. Okay, I think you're good, doctor.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ilya. Okay, morning everyone, and thank you again for the opportunity to share Malaysian experience on how we support community agendas. As been mentioned by moderator Dr. Ilya, I am also a member of the National Service Learning Steering Committee. So today I'm wearing two hats from Faculty of Education UiTM and also from National Steering Committee, a member from Sulam National Steering Committee. Okay, I hope that this sharing session will provide some useful information about how service learning is implemented in Malaysia in general and at the Faculty of Education in particular. Right. This is an overview of what I'm going to share today in today's presentation. Basically, I'll share a brief history of how it all evolved. Yeah. And what service learning is and why is it important, and some examples of service learning and also common accepted models. Yeah. As educators, I believe it is crucial for us to comprehend the theory that supports service learning in order to better understand the concept, philosophy, and fundamental features of service learning. We will continue to support the community in a variety of ways. Despite the pandemic, a technology approach has greatly aided us in engaging with the community. I think everyone familiar with this quote. Being challenged in life is inevitable. Being defeated is optional. So we have actually control over how we want to conduct our lives. We have the options of avoiding obstacles or confronting them and becoming tougher. It's not about living a life without problems. So in every difficulty, there is a solution, right? Now, I will begin with chronicles of service learning at higher learning institution in Malaysia. Service learning was first implemented in Malaysia in the early 1970s in higher learning institution. So this is based actually on research that has been published in a journal. It was started by one of Malaysian public universities to help the rural communities live a better life. They began by using a case study technique to better understand the community's needs and concerns. Since then, there has been a lot of volunteerism and community-based learning being carried out. The Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia rebranded volunteerism. This was the word that people knew back then as SULAM, Service Learning Malaysia University for Society in 2019. It has the same goal, vision, and purpose as earlier, but many key features have been refined, such as operational definition, the process and model, which were re-emphasized in order to meet the new demands of an interconnected world and also a new generation of students. Yeah. Now, there are 10 shifts. 10 shifts that been outlined in Malaysian Education Blueprint 2015-2025, higher education that will spur continued excellence in higher education system. One of the shifts is to produce graduates with holistic, balanced, and entrepreneurial mindset. So SULAM is one of the initiatives under Shift 1. So SULAM initiative also aligned with National Community Policy in 2019, which includes the goals of creating a caring, cooperative, and respectful community that is attentive to community needs and cultivating strategic collaboration among community stakeholders, including higher education students. Now, So this is also aligned, okay, what we do in Sulam also align with rural development policy, which also there's 10 areas or 10 trusts that we need to align with our Sulam aspiration. For example, economy, entrepreneurship, human capital, infrastructure, youth, women, rural life, delivery, biodiversity, and also the 10 trusts is development. Now, it also meeting the diverse needs of people in different communities by aligning it with sustainable development goals, the 17 sustainable development goals, to meeting the social cohesion, creating equal opportunity to ensure a strong and healthy society, and finding better ways of doing things without affecting the quality of our life. So one of UiTM agendas in its strategic planning is to strengthen university community engagement in adapting sustainability agenda through tree and vegetation planting. So that is actually one of Ganeshan initiative under this Sulam initiative. Now, so like I was mentioned just now, earlier, that Sulam National Steering Committee has come up with the operational definition of Sulam to differentiate between service learning, Sulam, and volunteerism, right? So it is a course-based credit-bearing educational experience in which students participate in a structured service activity, right? The word is structured, that means identified community needs. Identified community needs, that's another things that we need to look into, that will reflect on their service activity and experiences and relate them to the desired learning outcome. So our beloved Vice Chancellor just now has mentioned a few times on learning outcomes that we need to look into, that everything we do, everything that we plan to must meet the learning outcome. So this is so that students can gain deeper understanding of course content, a broader appreciation of discipline, and could enhance sense of personal values and civic responsibility, and also other soft skills that I'm going to share later. Okay, and how Sulam differs from others? If you look at this diagram here, okay, internship, how internship differs with Sulam, how civic volunteerism, we call it, differs with Sulam. So volunteerism primarily emphasize on working provided. They are generally not linked to intentional, formal, or information learning or reflection, right? So that's how it differs from Sulam and also from volunteerism. And when we talk about community service, primarily emphasize on the service being provided. Some intentional opportunities for reflection may be incorporated, often not. Yeah, but when we look at an internship, for example, how it differs from Sulam is that engagement is primarily for the purpose of gaining hands-on experience to enhance learning of a particular file of study, often not linked to academic learning, right? So this is where Sulam, where it embed, or it is a subset of internship, civic, and also community service or volunteerism, where it helps to strengthen academic matters and also give students opportunity to experience to experience and also to share their knowledge, share their skills, and which could eventually give a better or can solve communities' problems. So that is Sulam. Now let me share with you objectives of Sulam, or service learning. It hopes that it will improve students' learning by integrating theory with practice in the real world, and also increase soft skills and civic engagement. Soft skills here, examples of soft skills are communication, personal skills, leadership skills, teamwork skills, and etc. I think as well as creativity and also problem solving. And then meet the needs of the community through students' expertise. Okay, here I presume that we can consider our students as expertise when they go and serve community, right? So they could share their expertise like knowledge and also their competencies and also their skills. Yeah. So creating a collaborative environment between students, lecturers, and communities, providing opportunities for agencies. So we encourage university and also community to get agencies or corporate or NGOs to also involve in this Sulam to contribute to the community through volunteering. And also, for your information, that Sulam is also University State Mission, University for Society. So now, why Sulam? Yeah, why Sulam? Yeah, improve. We hope that through this experience or through this initiative, it could improve students' knowledge, skills, and competencies in discipline of knowledge and soft skills. Yeah, and also through this initiative, university can also give their expertise, okay, in terms of maybe through not only knowledge and also competencies, but also other expertise, for example, from lecturers, yeah, expertise, and also maybe from instruments, from other tools that advanced tools that we have at universities to improve the quality of life of the community, identified community. And also ongoing collaboration between university and the community. It's ongoing collaboration. It's not just like touch and go kind of thing, but it is an ongoing, and we will what we call which will give a good impact, yeah, positive impact or significant impact to community, and also hopefully it will create a win-win situation between universities and the community. All right. So based on what I have mentioned earlier, that it is very clear that this the what we call the model, yeah, of this Sulam is a quadruple helix, yeah, where this an engagement of government or public universities and also academic, industry, and also community. Yeah. All right. Now, Sulam benefits and impact. So there are four elements or four people or four agencies that could benefit from this Sulam. The first one is student. So they will enhance their learning, deep learning. It can improve their personal and interpersonal developments. That is their social skills, civic engagement, and also tolerance of diversity. Yeah, and also benefits for lecturers. They could gain some new ways of teaching, because this is a win-win situation. Sometimes not only community learn from us, but we also learn from community. So this is a kind of win-win situation, and lecturer get to interact with community, and also there's a direct impact of teaching in community as well, and hope that by this collaboration could bring this opportunity for research collaboration in the future. And also benefits for university, and of course it will enhance teaching, research, and outreach, and also preparation of our graduates before they go out, because in the end they will also be part of community. And also we are hoping that it will give a positive relationship among universities and also community. And of course for community, and they get an opportunity to participate in students learning, and how students their life at universities, for example, and also get access to higher learning institution resources, as what have been mentioned just now. And also they can gain some new ideas from students from university in terms of knowledge, in terms of competency, and we are hoping that the collaboration, this Sulam could give an impact in terms of new knowledge, in terms of new competencies, in terms of new skills, okay, that will stay longer in community. Now, this is the roots of the theory, yeah, the philosophical roots of experiential learning and service learning. I think everyone knows about this John Dewey, yeah, where it started. Service learning was part of Dewey's formally stated philosophy of education, emphasizing the principles of experience, inquiry, and reflections. So reflection is the key of elements of a theory of knowledge in service learning that exists in Sulam. And also John Dewey in 1938 has actually list 6 steps. That is the criteria of service learning. The first is encountering a problem. That is the most important thing. Formulating the problem as a question to be answered, gathering information to answer the posed question, developing a hypothesis, testing the hypothesis, and also making warranted assertions. So these also are among the elements that actually exist in Sulam. Yeah, and one of the main pillar in Sulam is COPS models of experiential learning. Yeah, whereby in COPS models, a learner must be actively involved in the experience, reflect on the experience, use analytical skills to conceptualize and better understand the experience they are having with community, and also we are hoping that they could get possess the skills necessary to use the experience as a springboard to test new ideas when they with community. So I think everyone knows COPS models, the 4 elements begin with concrete experience, how students involved with community, yeah, where they can gain a completely new experience, yeah, and also how they reflect based on what they observe or what they gain experience with community, and how they abstract, how they conceptualize, yeah, their experience, and also how the final stage is how learners return to participating in a task, where this time with the goal of applying their conclusion to new experience. So this is the 4 cycles of COPS that been what we call being aligned with Sulam. Yeah. Okay. Now, Sulam models at UiTM, there are 2 major models. The first is single disciplines. The second is multiple or across discipline. Yeah. The first one, single discipline, you can craft your course or your subject or your module as one dedicated course, yeah, or one or half of your course learning outcome related to Sulam, or measure the effectiveness of a Sulam or certain project that related to Sulam, and also different courses that share similar course learning outcome that related to Sulam. Yeah, this is the first model. And the second model is multiple or across discipline, where this is a one dedicated course, subject or module for all curriculum at maybe at faculty, at college, or at universities level, that actually embed this course learning outcome that measure the effectiveness of Sulam. Yeah. All right. I would like to share with everyone examples of Sulam project before pandemic. These are examples of Sulam project at particularly at Faculty of Education, yeah, University Technology Mara. The community is one of these protection and rehabilitation school near Puncak Alam, near to our faculty, where the course that have been registered as Sulam is method of teaching design, where indeed the project is a craftsmanship that is taught through activities such as batik. I hope when you come to Malaysia, you can get a chance to know what is batik, and also souvenirs and also accessories, where in the end these so-called poor students or poor people can create their own craft product, and through this they can generate income in the future by selling their products. And another examples is this is a collaboration from one of research university in Malaysia, and also with UiTM. For one of the remote community in one of a Malaysian district, yeah, and also travel agency, housekeeping management, and intro to landscape architecture is the three courses that registered as Sulam course, where the project is called Solok Sengkuang Cabin di Village, where they help community there to promote tourism product, and also to make a systematic homestay management. And through this collaboration, they managed to come up with the 2 manuals, and also 4 tourism packages and resort landscape. This is how they help community in a remote part remote area in one of Malaysian district. And this is another examples of from University Technology Malaysia. This is the Southeast university in Malaysia, where they have actually find one, the concept of this sulam is to create edible garden, yeah, to make the landscape environment become nicer. So this project brings together students and members of the community. And although this project is actually finished in 2015, but the community continued to preserve the area. So meaning to say, this is what we want, because the impact is stay. Yeah, it stay with a community, not just like touch and go kind of concept. Yeah. This is also another thing, that this is a very huge community project at one of these Tanjung Surat, in one of the south part of Malaysia, where they go for this student and community work, where they go for this ecotourism project. Yeah. Okay. Now we go into this everyone in COVID-19 pandemic, yeah, a journey across changing education. And I believe that in unprecedented and unpredictable time, yeah, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed and will continue to disrupt the educational environment, yeah, offering several new opportunities and solutions. And in 2018, if you get an opportunity to look at this Sulam guideline book, where we actually have include e-Sulam in this guideline book, because we have anticipated that in the future, the digital or the technology or e-Sulam technology will be accepted, yeah, in our society, right? But it also depends on the learning goals of the Sulam course. It can be completely online. Yeah, when you talk about this e-Sulam, it can be completely online or partially on-site, or can be partially online. So this e-Sulam enables students to participate in service learning regardless of their location, physical limitation, or other constraint. Yeah. Now, so this is an example of e-Sulam that have been conducted last year in our Faculty of Education. Okay, this is what we call as the e-Sulam Art Smart at Faculty of Education, where we use design thinking approach, and our community is a small medium enterprise in a rural location at Peninsular Malaysia, where we conducted this project entirely online. Yeah. And we involve well-known entrepreneurs and celebrities, yeah, participate, and they contribute on sharing their expertise, especially on help the community to rebrand their product, and it is and also to conduct internet marketing. Yeah, and it is involve students in arts and design education, who assist 23 small medium enterprise to design and rebrand their product. Yeah. Okay, and another example is that National Virtual Run Verdict 2021 at Faculty of Education, UiTM. This is a national cross-country virtual run. The acronym is that Verdict 21. This virtual run is a substitute to the traditional cross-country. Yeah, and this cross-country, the students' run data was received, yeah, to be recorded as meeting the requirement of a co-curriculum activity. So recognizing the importance of sport, physical and health-centered activity, faculty education with the Selangor State Education Department, we joined forces in organizing this Verdict 21. And this took place in March to August, if I'm not mistaken, in 2021. And students who completed the online run, yeah, the run online or virtual at their respective residences, and their run data was received to be recorded. Yeah. So this virtual run is a substitute, as been mentioned earlier, and this Verdict 21 has successfully involved the participation of 31,000 plus school students at the primary and secondary levels throughout Malaysia. So this number allow Faculty of Education to forge a name in the Malaysian Book of Record for the virtual run involving most school students. Yeah. Okay, this is one of the huge success that we think that we have contributed to a community, right? Right, so this is back to another cap. Okay, I changed my cap to as one of steering committee, Sulam committee. Yeah, so this is what have been communication plan and initiative at a national level. So we have actually come up with the playbook that what have been mentioned by Dr. Ilya just now. So in this playbook, we have 3 main sections where the why and how, the what of Sulams, and also how to craft or how to design course in Sulam, and also the process and the procedure. So it is a complete process from A to Z that the Malaysian can refer, institution of higher learning members can refer to when they want to conduct Sulam. And also we go all around to go for this webinar to introduce Sulam, and also the why Sulam, and also on how to Sulam. And also we have actually come up with a portal for Sulam, where this is where we would like our community to, and also our industry or our NGOs to know the what the needs of our community. So this is a portal, is very important. It's just like a one-stop center, so that the student, the university, and also community, and also industry can go into this portal and find their partners, so that they can run their Sulam. Yeah. And these are examples. On the right side is examples of what have been carry on, yeah, have been through this Sulam initiative. For example, like first national conference of Sulam, and also e-Sulam Innovate in 2021, because we want to we want community, and also we want our members at the faculty and also in Malaysia to aware that pandemic cannot stop us from give feedback or from give our service to community. Yeah. All right. Now, and this is the latest framework that have been introduced by Malaysian higher education, where we expand this Sulam into something that is more extensive. We call it as a community resilient experiential learning, or the short form is CARE. And this is where we extend from Sulam to CARE. For example, I think from my earlier explanation on Sulam, I think I hope everyone have understand what is Sulam in terms of its definition, in terms of the model and how we carry out Sulam. But this is an extension of Sulam, where this is not only a several courses, but it is more on the whole academic program. Yeah, for examples like how we turn our 4th year or 3 years program, academic program, or 4-year academic program, we turn this into community resilience experiential learning kind of approach, right? So this is the latest framework from governments, yeah. And this is the framework that maybe you can have a look at it, yeah, the suggestion framework for CARE program. Yeah, for example, like the first year, okay, this is simple community project. Yeah, and also maybe the second year, we evolve in a transdisciplinary networking project. Yeah. And also during the 3rd year, students have an attachment or doing their attachment or internship with community. Yeah, and in the end, they have a very big scale project consultation, for example, with community. Yeah, and they sit down with community and solve community problem from the beginning of year 1 until year 4. So this is the latest framework that we have in Malaysia regarding service learning or community-based learning. Some other countries, they call it service learning. Some countries call it community-based learning. But the matter is that we have the same vision and mission to help our community. Right. So I would like to share also challenges that we have. Yeah, like I've mentioned earlier, There is no things that there is every single step that we take, there's a challenges, but the matter is how we strategize and overcome challenges. Yeah. So the first one is no funding for or financial support. Yeah. Secondly is time constraint and also experienced instructor. A third constraint that we have is students constraint where they don't know how to reflect and how to connect learning or their disciplines to the needs of society. And also community also have their own challenges because they are not sure where to seek help and also how to make this community engagement sustain. And also agency industry also have the same problem, the same challenges. Yeah, and also the bureaucracy, and also they don't really understand the community, and also they don't understand the aspiration of the of university and so on. So these are among the challenges, and I'm sure and we have actually come up with strategies in order to fill in the gaps that I have mentioned earlier. So one of the strategies here, where institution to allocate certain amount of Sulam courses taken from students' fees, for example, or maybe you have, it's good if you can allocate some money. For example, my faculty, for those who embark in the Sulam initiative or this Sulam project, we will have some amount of money to help them to embark in this project. Yeah, and also encourage industry and NGOs to participate. And for your information, that we lately we have several community, we have several industry that willing to participate in this community, and they willing to put some money, okay, so that this community project can be taken place. Yeah, and also carefully planning, research and preparation includes clearly outlining project goals and outcome. This is to help to improve or to narrow the gap of the time constraint. And also oops, sorry. Okay, let's continue. And also, if students have constraint in to understand what is Sulam, what is community service, and so on, so we have to have a clear explanation on the structure, on the outcomes, and the expectation, especially the transferable skills that the student need to gain at the end of this project. Yeah, and we should explain the connection, the application, and how can students contribute back to society, and how they address community problems or issue, right? In other words, that how we can make this community engagement something that is meaningful, so that a student can reflect the impact or the significant experience that they gain with community, right? And also, it is good if we can have we can establish one-stop center for community and also for industry. So one of the initiative that we have come out is what I have mentioned earlier as a portal, yes, Sulam portal, where this is some kind of a one-stop center where community can go to that website, industry, NGOs can go to that website, university can also go to that website to identify possible partners. Yeah, and also to assist agencies and also industry, we can have a list of personnel that can assist them, that can assist community, that can assist university, and we have to have this neutral and professional what we call that engagement, so that it will in the end benefit both parties, a win-win situation, in order to help community to make community to help their improve their for example, their issues, their problems, and so on, right? So these are the challenges and also strategies that we have put forward. Yeah, and I think that is the end of my presentation. But way ahead, we are going forward international service learning. So I would like to extend an invitation not only from Faculty of Education and also from UiTM, University Technology Mara, and also from Malaysia. We would like to extend an invitation to international collaborators who are keen to join us in making international community service a success. So I leave my email contact so that you can contact me if, let's say, you are interested in moving towards this direction. Thank you, Dr. Leah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insightful talk, Doctor. I think we all have gained a lot of insight on Sulam after listening to your talk. I now open the floor for our Q&A session. So far, there are no questions on the chat box, but I open the floor to questions.
Ma'am, I am Mani from Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, madam. I am very happy to listen to Professor's deliberations on Sulam. Ma'am, I just wanted to clarify whether this is being made as a part of your curriculum of your program, or is that an extension activity which is considered to be exclusively to be carried out on choice-based?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Mani. So this is, like I have been mentioned earlier, this is a part and partial of curriculum. This is not on top of students' activity. So meaning to say that we have actually, we need to design our curriculum in such a way that it caters, it taking care, it has either a dedicated or dedicated course, or you can embed some of this course learning outcome inside one of our courses in curriculum.
Can I have one more clarification, ma'am, with your permission?
Yes, please.
What about the attitude of the learners who are participating in the program? About the students' attitude? Do they really enjoy, or do they feel that it is an unwanted activity being enforced on them? Is anything like that?
All right, I understand your question. Right now, Prof. Mani, at first, okay, because they are not used to it. At first, they think that it is some kind of burden because they don't understand the aspiration why we do this thing, right? So, but then if we plan ahead, if we plan it carefully, so that it won't burden the students, okay, with the help of lecturers and also with the help of community. And if we plan it earlier, so I believe that it won't burden student, and also student will enjoy, because this is the only chance for them to go to community, to learn with community, to be in the community, and they learn a lot with community. I think based on our the feedback that we have received from students is where they learn the different culture, the diversity, because some of our students, they came from so-called elite class of students, so they have never been to a remote area. So this is where they learn from a poor, not so-called poor community, a community where they learn a difficult life with different community. So I guess they've learned a lot, and I think they appreciate their engagement with the community. I think so far we have received positive feedback from our students. But the main point is here that we have to really plan the project, the community, the Sulam project. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mani, for that question. I think right now we take another question from the chat box, Dr. Sharifah. This is from Madam Dr. Ravati. She's asking, it is really so motivating to listen to the great contributions, but what are the practical difficulties we can anticipate in service learning from the learner's perspective and the community perspective?
Okay, all right, thank you. I think I have made, the same thing, what I have mentioned earlier, shared earlier with Prof. Mani. One of the learners from our side, student side, is they burden kind of thing, and also they have to spend more time, and also they don't know what to expect. But the thing is that what I have mentioned earlier, we have to plan it carefully, plan it not before we go, but it's much earlier, just like 1 or 2 months before semester begin. So that is the first thing that we need to bear in mind. And also we have to make our students understand in depth on what is the purpose of this service learning, the purpose of this sulam. Why? I think when they understand the why, and they eventually they will willing to contribute, and they're willing to know the how to proceed with that sulam. And another thing is that on community perspective, yes, because the problem is that when we don't contact, or we don't have an engagement with our community much earlier, we cannot expect that we want to go next week and we just go, and also we just go to community, you know, just before 1 week before we conduct our project. No, cannot. Okay, we have to contact them much earlier. We have to, and second thing is that we have to understand their needs. Yeah, we cannot go then just because we want to fulfill our project, just because we want to finish our project, just because we want to fulfill our curriculum requirement. No, we have to understand the needs of community. That is the most important thing. We have to understand the needs of our community. We have to do some kinds of needs analysis, then it will give an impact to our society. If not, then it's just like a touch and go kind of thing. There is no impact, and the impact will not stay longer to our community. I think that I hope it answers.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sharifah. I think conclusively what Dr. Sharifah is trying to say is, if you want to do service learning in your curriculum, whatever it is, it goes back to planning. Planning has to be done ahead of time, cannot be something that you pick up along the way. It has to be planned in the curriculum properly, I think, before anything is done. Maybe one last question from Dr. Revati. Dr. Sharifah, maybe one last question because we are running out of time.
Okay.
How can we encourage service learning right from schooling, from the school years? Not maybe something that we can, maybe in the future, maybe it's something that we would like to introduce from school. So is there any opinion on your side, Dr. Sharifah?
Okay, at the moment, this sulam or service learning so-called is being so-called compulsory at higher learning institution. Not yet compulsory for primary or secondary students. But I think this is a good start. Yeah, I think what happened at primary and secondary school, I think they have already started, but as a voluntarism. Right, remember, I have actually explained the difference between voluntarism and also service learning. I think at schools level, at primary and secondary, they already started with voluntarism, with a small project that can benefit a society around their schools. I think they've already started, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sharifah. I think that is all the time that we have for the questions. Maybe if you have any questions after this, I'm sure Dr. Sharifah just now has shared her email address. And of course, picking up from her invitation, we invite everyone to contact the Faculty of Education, UiTM, if you are interested to have some form of collaboration with the faculty. Okay. Before we conclude, I would like to request for everyone to turn on their cameras for a quick group photo, if that's possible. Can everyone turn on their cameras, please? And give us your biggest smile. All right. So, Miss Hanan, our corporate officer, corporate rep for today, will take the pictures. Hanan, are we ready?
Yep, I'm ready. Hi,
All
everyone. Good afternoon. Okay,
Okay,
I'll
let's
give you
take a
some
picture.
time. Okay, I will take a screenshot page by page here. So this is the first page. Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, page 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, page 3. 1, 2, 3. Page 4. 1, 2, 3. Page 5, 1, 2, 3. And last one, hold on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I would like to end this session with a quote from Lyndon Johnson, former President of the United States. Education will not cure all the problems of the society, but without it, no cure for any problems is possible. So with that, thank you very much, everyone, for such a fruitful session. So we will see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. That was an extremely enlightening session. It has given us a clear picture of Salam and how service learning can be modified for the new normal classroom. Dear participants, feedback link is sent in the Cisco WebEx chat box, YouTube chat box, and WhatsApp groups also. Kindly fill in the feedback before we could start the next session and become eligible to get an e-certificate.
Sachin?
Next session will start sharp by 11:30. Participants, kindly stay connected. The next session will start by 11:30.
Please send it in WhatsApp. Audible, ma'am. Please send it in WhatsApp group, ma'am.
You can
No,
stay back,
no,
ma'am.
ma'am, you're not. Ma'am, you kindly give the instruction, please. They're asking you whether they can leave. Ma'am, Carly, ma'am.
Kindly stay back, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Gayatri, please, ma'am.
Ma'am, the voice is not that
Yes, sir.
audible, ma'am. Can you please help us for a long time? I'm just.
Okay, now, can you hear my voice? Is it audible? The next speaker is ready actually now.
Ma'am, you kindly, both of you, try to give instruction, necessary
We'll
instruction.
start the next session by 11:30 sharp. You can stay connected. Participants, kindly stay connected.
What about the feedback link, ma'am? Have you just posted it, ma'am?
Miss Uma, this is Munira from UITM. The feedback form seems to be inactive.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we see, you know, there's a need for us to see
Excuse me,
fill
ma'am.
our name, but we can't fill it in.
Okay,
There are no
second.
text
Give me a
boxes. Right, thank you.
Ma'am.
Jagpreet, ma'am. Good morning. Good
Yes,
morning.
sir.
Happy
Good
to see
morning.
you.
Yeah, same here, sir. Good morning, everyone. Good
Yes, ma'am.
morning,
Good morning,
Professor
ma'am.
Mani. Good morning, Dr. Carolyn.
Thank you. Good morning. The feedback link is correct and it is live. Kindly access the feedback.
Me, ma'am. Namaste, ma'am. We cannot fill
Ma'am,
up
we
our
can't fill the
personal
personal data in feedback form, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'll check again, sir.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Kindly resend the link, please.
Give me a second. I'll just have a look at it. Showing. Right.
Madam, excuse me, madam.
Yes, sir.
Personal data fill பண்ண முடியல.
Yes, sir. I'm working.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Present, ma'am. Ma'am.
Participants, we are working on the issue with the form. We'll get back to you in a couple of minutes.
Present, ma'am. Present, ma'am. Present, ma'am. Present, ma'am. Good morning.
Caroline, ma'am. Caroline, ma'am.
Start, ma'am. You can start the next session, second session. With regard to the feedback link, I'm just working on with regard to the issue there. It's time to start the second session. The desire to create is one of the deepest yearnings of the human soul. Second session will be headed by Dr. Jampreet Kaur, Punjabi University, Patiala, India, on the topic Pedagogy to Enhance Creativity. I call upon the moderator of the session, Dr. C.E. Jayanti, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, to take over. Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Yes, please.
Caroline, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Jayanti, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to all. It's my immense pleasure to introduce our resource person, Dr. Jampreet Kaur, Department of Education and Community Service, Punjabi University, Patiala. Madam has worked as research fellow at Department of Education and Community Service, Punjabi University since 2002 to 2005. At present, she is working as assistant professor in the same university since 2005. She has won many academic awards such as Role of Honor and College Fellow for 3 consecutive years, stood second in BSc, obtained NTSC scholarship in MSc, and stood second in BEd, and also holder of UGC fellowship for pursuing PhD. Apart from this, she is well known for her best professional achievements. Madam has received award for best paper presentation at International Centenary Conference, and Dr. S.P. Kulshestra Memorial National Award of Best Teacher 2015, a UGC Research Award for the year 2014-16 by University Grant Commission, Award for Best Paper Presentation at 8th International Conference on School Psychology, and received PK Subaraja Trust Best Performer Award of both 2018 as well as 2019, and Professor S. Sultan Akhtar Memorial Award 2018 for the Best Community Extension Work in the field of Applied Psychology by Indian Academy of Applied Psychology, Award for Best Research Work in the field of Education 2019 by Chandigarh College of Education. Also, she has received Professor Deepak Bhatt Best Scientific Paper Award in 56th National and 25th International Conference of Indian Academy of Applied Psychology, organized by the Department of Psychology, Punjabi University, and Inspire Ratna Award 2021 for book translation work in Punjabi by Indian School Psychology Association. So far, Madam has completed 6 minor research projects and 2 major research projects. Also, Madam has completed 18 PhD. She has guided so far 18 PhD research scholars and 18 MPhil research scholars and 40 MD and MA students. She has contributed the book Psychological Hardiness and Creativity Among Adolescents, the Role of Home and School Environment. And also, Madam has contributed 20 book chapters and 65 research papers. Madam has attended 51 conferences and chaired 10 seminar and conference sessions. And so far, Madam has given 47 lectures throughout the country and attended 35 workshops. Madam is also the life member of Indian Science Congress, All India Association for Educational Research, All India Association of Teacher Educators, Indian Association of Life Skill Education, Psycho-Linguistic Association of India, Indian School Psychology Association, and senior member of International Association of Computer Science and Information Technology. Madam is nominated as the member of editorial board of Journal of Psychology and Counseling, and also the reviewer of many journals of national and international reports. Madam, we feel very happy for your presence in this international webinar, and we are very eagerly waiting for your lecture, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much for your kind words of introduction. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to congratulate and thank Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Loyola College of Education, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, for organizing this international webinar on a very, very pertinent topic, that is enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects. And my heartfelt thanks to Professor Mani for extending me the invitation and giving me an opportunity to interact with you all. I'm very happy. It's a pleasant morning to be with you all today morning. So before we start with the deliberation, I am sharing my screen. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
So PowerPoint is visible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Clear.
It's visible.
Okay, fine. Thank you for confirming. So the topic that I have been given for deliberation is pedagogy for enhancing creativity. So we will go step by step, starting right from the concept of creativity, what creativity is. So since morning, you might have been listening to different resource persons regarding the various aspects. So to start with, creativity, as we all know, it is the tendency to generate or recognize ideas, alternatives, or possibilities that are useful to us in solving problems, communicating with others, and entertaining ourselves and others. So creativity is basically the tendency to create something new from the normal things around us. That is what we call as creativity. And there are different reasons, three main reasons why people, they are motivated to be creative. Why do we feel the need to be creative? First is need for novel, varied and complex stimulation. When you're trying to, we always have, tendency to do things in a new way, or try to do something new, try to create something new. So need for novel, varied and complex stimulation, then need to communicate ideas and values to others, and need to solve problems. So these are the three main prominent reasons why people, they feel like, they are motivated to show their creativity, or they are motivated to be creative. And how do we assess creativity? How do we find it out, make it out that a given person is creative or not? We normally do, it is assessed in the following factors, in the form of following factors given by E. Paul Torrance. First is fluency, second is flexibility, third is originality, and fourth is elaboration. Fluency means the total number of interpretable, meaningful, and relevant ideas generated in response to the stimulus. So, whenever some stimulus is given, or we receive some stimulus, the number of interpretable, meaningful, and relevant ideas we can generate, we can produce, that is what we call as fluency. Second comes the flexibility. Flexibility, it is openness to new experience. This is ability to produce responses that are novel and high in quality. So the different response, or the creative response, that is the ability to produce the novel responses, that is called as flexibility. Then comes originality. Originality is statistical rarity of the responses among the test subjects. That is how many responses, how many original responses, creative responses you can create. Then elaboration, it is the amount of detail in the response. So a particular situation to a particular stimulus, the way we respond, right? And the amount of detail we give in the response, that is called as elaboration. So basically, creativity we assess in terms of these four components: fluency, flexibility, originality, and elaboration. Then there are four P's of creativity to call as. These four P's are person, process, press, and product. So how do we make out a person to be creative? So we can identify various traits and characteristics or attributes of a creative person. So that is the first P, that is characteristics or attributes of the creative person. Second is the process. Process is describing the operations or stages of thinking used in the creative process. So a person can be creative, a process can be creative. Then press. Press refers to the environment. It refers to examining the nature of situations and its context within the creative press. So environment can be creative environment. We term it as creative press in the language of educational psychology. Then comes the product. Product, the anything, any idea or anything which we create, which we produce, that can be creative from different aspects. So that is creative product. So product refers to identifying outcomes and qualities of creative products. So these are the four P's of creativity when we talk about the different aspects of creativity. It can be the characteristics of the person, it can be the stages or operations of creative process, it can be the creative environment, or it can be in the form of the creative product. We say some people, they are very creative. Somebody is trying to create a kind of something new. For example, at the KG level, at the lower kindergarten level, students, they are given the different types of blocks, right? And from the similar set of blocks, they are producing different things. Like girls, they prefer to make doll houses or small houses from the blocks, and the boys, generally, they tend to create something like the cars or any kind of machine. So that is the creative product. Then moving on further, so we have a term. We will be talking about various pedagogies for enhancing creativity, and there is a specific term that you will come across when we talk about creativity, when we talk about pedagogy, that is creative pedagogy. So what is creative pedagogy? It is that kind of teaching learning process which is focused upon the three pillars, which focuses upon the three pillars. First is creative teaching, right? Where the teacher is trying to be creative so that students can be creative. Then it focuses upon creative learning. Then it focuses upon teaching for creativity, that is for enhancing the creativity of the students in the classroom. So in this context, we will be focusing upon creative pedagogy from the point of view of creative teaching, teaching for creativity, and creative learning on the part of the students. Then in between these three pillars, of course, we have the psychophysical environment of the classroom. So whenever we are trying to be creative in teaching, whenever we are trying to teach for developing, enhancing, fostering creativity among the students, so that students can enhance their creativity. So we will be having always psychophysical environment of the class. This plays an important role in the teacher and taught relationship. So Dr. Andrei Elenkov, he was the founder of creative pedagogy. And what is creative pedagogy? It is the science and art of creative teaching. So when we are focusing upon creative teaching and we are teaching for developing creativity of the students, for enhancing creativity of the students, that is what we term as creative pedagogy. And creative pedagogy, it's a branch of pedagogy that emphasizes the leading role of creativity for successful learning. So students can learn in a better way when we are focusing upon creative pedagogy. And in its essence, creative pedagogy teaches learners how to learn creatively and become creators of themselves and creators of their future. So this is what we expect the learners to be, especially the 21st century learners to be. If we talk about the 21st century learners, we expect them to develop 21st century skills, and for 21st century skills they have been emphasized. The first is collaboration, second is communication, third is creative thinking, fourth is critical thinking. So creative thinking or creativity is one of the important 21st century skill which we want our students to imbibe by the end of teaching learning process. So creative pedagogy, it helps the learners, it teaches the learners how to learn creatively and how they can become their own creators and how they can become the creators of their own future, so that they are successful in their respective lives, they are successful in their respective careers. And my dear friends, one thing more I want to share is that this creative thinking or creativity, this is one of the important life skills as given by World Health Organization. And basically this is an important thinking skill where we are trying to develop thinking skills of the students. We are trying to teach the learners how to think in a creative way, how to think in a critical way, right? So this is one of the important higher order thinking skills, a part of life skills, a part of 21st century skills also. So that's why we focus so much on creativity, so much we emphasize upon developing creative thinking among the learners. So a person who is creative, he or she can find out a number of options, can make out a number of choices, and he or she can also find out number of ways of doing things. And this creative thinking, this forms a basis for problem solving. This forms a basis for what we call decision making process also. So we'll discuss about it further. Then there is some problem. Somebody is requesting to annotate. Hello, Dr. Carolyn.
You just kindly ignore, ma'am.
Okay, so
You can continue your presentation.
yeah, I think I have accepted that request. So can you do something about it?
That's okay, no issues. You can just continue, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm not able to actually. The slides, they are not moving on further. That's why.
Your slide is visible, the founder of
Yeah,
Creative Pedagogy.
the slide is visible. I'm trying to move on the slides further. So let me just wait.
You're unable to move your slide further?
Actually, because of annotation, there is, yeah, slides are not moving on further. Yeah, it's okay now. So I was talking about the creative thinking skill, which is a very important skill when we talk about 21st century skills, when we talk about higher order thinking skills, when we talk about life skills in general. So we will be discussing about the various, activities, various techniques which we can use in our respective classrooms for fostering creativity among the students, for enhancing their creativity. So first and foremost, the simplest one, what I believe is the most helpful one, that is the classroom activities. So we should design our classroom spaces in such a way so that we give space for creativity development among the students. And one of the easiest ways, my friends, is to promote creativity in your classroom is to design an actual designated space for exploration and creative thinking. So we need to design our classroom space in such a way that we are we are involving the students, we are making the students participate in our own classroom with the help of various types of classroom activities. So the participative classroom, the active classroom is one where the students, they are actively participating. Students are responding of obviously to the questions raised by teacher, where the students, they are asking a number of questions, students are performing a number of activities also in collaboration with their peer group as guided by the teacher. There can be individual activities, there can be group activities also. So think, explore and discuss ideas with their classmates. So an active classroom is one where you give enough space, you give enough freedom to the students to think, to explore, to discuss ideas amongst themselves and with the teacher also. One misconception we usually have, that is teaching is telling. Teaching is not telling, my dear friends. Teaching is to make the students think. So when we place the students in the position of a thinker, where they can think, they can explore, they can discuss ideas, obviously they'll be able to create more ideas also. So we need to have actual designated space for exploration, for activities and creative thinking in our classroom. So a designated space or time, it has to be given in your classroom. Then a second is by encouraging curiosity. So by encouraging curiosity among the learners, we can find out what your students' interests are, what really motivates them. So in whichever wherever students' interest is, the way they can be motivated, you have to find out those ways and means. And when you find out what drives a child, you encourage them to look deeper into it. They will be happily diving deep into that content, into deep subject where their interest is, where they are motivated enough. So take time to encourage your students and you will see their creative mind expand. The very focus of our education system, evaluation system, should be upon developing creativity of the students. But my dear friends, because of the burden of the syllabi, the burden of the curriculum, and in the rush to finish the syllabus, then the kind of assessment, we always focus upon what kind of learning we expect the students to do, the exactly parallel to the needs of our examination system, the kind of questions that will be asked in the exam, the kind of things, which kind of ideas or the activities or the practical, we always do whatever is important from the point of view of examination. And in this process, what we do, the students, they are lost somewhere, their creativity is lost somewhere. So the point is to encourage such activities along with the examination oriented things in your classroom. Try to develop, try to create such situations, try to do such activities by which you can develop, foster creativity among the students. So if we give students that time, that space to do such activities, definitely you'll be encouraging your students and you will see their creative minds. They will be displayed in the classroom itself. So then another important aspect that we have is use divergent thinking. So our students, they tend to use convergent thinking when they answer the basic questions that hinders their creativity. So convergent thinking is when you are trying to think from the normal point of view or the most accepted point of view, that is the convergent thinking, and we use our intelligence for answering, for using this convergent thinking and answering the basic questions. And when we talk about divergent thinking, it is the exact opposite. So when a child is creative, when the students, they act, they think in a creative way, they are trying to use their divergent thinking skills. So this way of thinking, this requires children to be creative. So if children has done a lot of brainstorming, or the teacher does a lots of brainstorming in the classroom, encourages the students to think differently and explore different perspectives and help students make connections to their ideas. So try to design the lessons that utilize both convergent and divergent thinking. So it's not just the focusing upon the convergent thinking, this will help. What will help when we are talking about creative development, creativity development of the students, then we need to focus upon the divergent thinking skills also. So we need to encourage the students to think in using their divergent thinking skills, to think out of the box. One is thinking inside the box, that is the convergent thinking, the normal way of thinking. And we should encourage, we should help the students to think out of the box. And we should help them to think as if there is no box. So that will be the best part. So that means we need to focus upon divergent thinking skills as well. And the lessons, our lessons should be designed in such a way that utilize both convergent and divergent thinking, both ways. So moving on further, so you can see from this diagram, when you are using your divergent thinking, you are trying to create choices, a number of choices you'll be able to see using your divergent thinking. And when you are using your convergent thinking, you'll be able to make choices. That is, you'll be trying to find out the best choice which is suitable to you. So divergent thinking, convergent thinking, both are equally important, and equal emphasis should be given on convergent as well as divergent thinking. Then familiarize your students with the standards. So whatever educational standards we have, so we need to familiarize ourselves with those standards, with those educational standards. That is what the education system expects from us. So however, many educators, they feel that standards don't allow room for any creativity. As I am already saying, that our education system, it is trying to snub the creativity of the students. So what do we do as a teacher? What do we do as a teacher educator? What do we do as an educationist? It's not like that we leave the students at their fate, on their fate. No. So by knowing the standards, we have to find ways to approach a lesson or any activity in such a way that the points, the content points on which you can focus upon creative thinking among the students. So you can look at each standard and think, how can I make this lesson so that it will promote creativity in my students? So for this, for developing creativity among the students, the first and foremost condition is the teacher has to be creative first. So if we are creative in that way, that we are able to find out those content points in our lessons where you can promote creativity among the learners, so that is how we'll be able to develop creativity among the students. We have to be creative ourselves as a teachers. So once you know these standards like the back of your hands, it will be easier for you to incorporate creativity in your lessons. So whatever lesson we are preparing, we need to find out the the points, the topics wherein you can inculcate, you can include certain activities for promoting creativity, wherein you can do something for enhancing the creativity of the students. Then we can use different models for developing creativity among the students. A number of models they are available. We'll discuss a few. And we can use these models to promote creativity in the students. In order to promote creativity, try and use a creativity model. So different models are available. Using those models, we can enhance, we can promote creativity among the learners. And what are those models? A perfect creativity model can help in establishing connection amid the students' real lives and classroom. So you can, what you can do, you can try to develop connection between the students' real lives and classroom with the help of this creativity model. You can inspire innovation and create chances to resolve novel issues. So we can inspire innovativeness among the students and look out ways to spread learning prospects at classroom and home. So we have to find out those ways and means where you can spread learning prospects in the classroom and at the home also. So these are the characteristic features of a perfect creativity model. Now moving on further to a few creativity models. For example, the first one we have is Osborne Paints model. This model helps guide the creativity process. So you would guide students through the 6 strategies. So these are the different steps, or you can say the strategies of Osborne Paints model. First is objective finding, then the fact finding, then the problem finding, next is the idea finding, solution finding, and finally the acceptance finding. And each step of the way, this challenges students to use divergent thinking. So objective finding, what is my objective for a particular activity or for solving a particular problem, that I need to find out myself as a student, right? So that is objective finding. Then fact finding related to the problem, then identifying the problem or the problem finding, then the idea finding, then the solution finding, and the acceptance finding. So these are the different strategies that we can use as mentioned in Osborne Paints model for developing creativity of the students. So you can see this image. Objective finding means identify goal, wish, or the challenge. Then fact finding, the second stage, it refers to gathering data. Then problem finding, then clarifying the problem, then idea finding, generating as many ideas as possible using your divergent thinking skills, then solution finding, select and strengthen solutions, then lastly acceptance finding, that is finding or getting into a plan for action. So these are the different strategies or the stages of Osborne's model for developing creative thinking among the students. So these strategies we can use in our respective classroom depending upon the content of the content or the nature of the subject matter you are teaching, depending upon the nature of the subject. So we can find out various points, we can find out various topics wherein you can use these different models. The next one, the second model, it's another important model given by Edward de Bono, that is 6 thinking hats technique. So sometimes what happens is there is a block in our mind, the mind gets blocked, and we are not, sometimes we feel like as if we are not able to think, we are not able to get any clue how to move on further in say any situation or in our own life. So sometimes we feel the need to just start over. So then we need to forget everything and begin anew like a blank slate and break down such situation using 6 different colored thinking hats. This technique was given by Edward de Bono and is known as six thinking hats technique. So using this process, we can help ourselves, we can help the students to look at things in a different way, in a novel way, in an innovative way. And it gives the option to look at the things as just the facts manner. That refers to the white hat when you're looking at the things, just the facts manner. Then the black hat, when you imagine that you are wearing a white hat and you just look at the things in a facts manner, and then you imagine you are wearing the black hat where you look at the things where you could go wrong, where the things could go wrong, and the possibilities, alternatives, and new ideas when you imagine you are wearing a green hat. And by looking at a problem from several unique perspectives, it may be just what you need to find a solution. So it's a very important technique for creativity. It's a important technique for problem solving also. So we try to look at the problem from different perspectives in different ways, and then we try to find out the most plausible solution for the problem. So you can look at this image, the six thinking hats, what they present. Then when you imagine you are wearing the yellow hat, you try to focus upon the positive points or the benefits. When you're wearing the red hat, you are focusing upon the emotional reactions, your own intuition. When you are wearing the black hat, you are focusing upon negative points, problems, possible setbacks that you may come across. And when you are wearing this green hat, you are focusing upon the fresh ideas, alternative solutions, or the new ideas, alternatives, and solutions. When you are wearing the white hat, you are focusing upon facts. You are seeking available information so as to reach a plausible solution or the most possible solution. And when you're wearing the blue hat, you are focusing upon the process, order, and time management. So when you imagine yourself to be wearing these different colored hats, you are looking at the problem from a different perspective. So this helps in developing your creative thinking when you are considering the different aspects. So similar activities we can do in our classroom with the students also. And definitely students, they are really interested when you are trying to do something creative, you are trying to do some different type of activities with the students. So definitely it will help in developing creativity of the learners. Moving on further, we have another interesting technique, which is my personal favorite, that is PMI technique, which focuses upon decision making, practical thinking, and of course, creativity development. And PMI technique, it was also given by Sir Edward de Bono. And PMI, this refers to P for positive points, M for points, I for interesting points. So PMI technique refers to plus minus interesting technique. It's a brainstorming activity where we encourage the students or the participants in a discussion to look at an idea from more than one viewpoint. So you are given a hypothetical situation, like two students, you can give a hypothetical situation to the participants in any of the sessions. You can give a hypothetical situation and you ask the students to ponder over that particular hypothetical situation and try to look for the plus points of that situation, minus points of that situation, and the interesting points of that situation. So you should be able to write 2-3 plus points, positive points, 2-3 minus points, and 2 or 3 interesting points. Then you weigh the pros and cons, whether positive points are more or the minus points are more or the interesting points are more, depending upon you are using your divergent thinking, and this helps in developing creativity among the learners. Let's take for example, since we all are adults in this particular particular webinar, one of the interesting situation can be for developing creativity is, let's take the hypothetical situation, if we have 3 hands instead of 2. So if we have 3 hands, what would happen? What are the plus points? What are the minus points? What will be the interesting points? And I tell you, you will get so many interesting, creative, and unique responses from your students if you use this technique in your classroom. Another example can be, if Earth has two moons, what will happen? What are the plus points? What are the minus points? And what will be the interesting points? Third, another example I can take for usually I take this example when I do workshops with the school teachers or the faculty in the colleges, faculty in the higher education. The situation is, if the males have to bear babies, if instead of females, males have to bear babies, what are the plus points, what are the minus points, and what will be the interesting points? And in every workshop, in every encounter with the faculties from the schools or from the higher education institutions, you get different so many different type of responses, different interesting responses. And for thinking about the plus points, minus points, and interesting points, even to the simplest of situation, this needs time, this needs lots of thinking, this needs lots of brainstorming. So during that process of brainstorming, during that process of thinking, we are able to develop creativity, and we are able to develop to creative thinking skills among the students. This also PMI technique, this also helps in decision making. This helps in practical thinking also. Decision making in a way that when you try to weigh the plus points and the minus points, if plus points are more for a situation, you can go in for that, and that is your decision. If minus points are more, then you can leave that situation, and that is also your decision. So PMI technique, this helps in decision making, in developing decision making skills among the students, then practical thinking among the students, and creative thinking among the students as well. So this is kind of the outline which you can use for PMI technique. You can give a question to the students, you can give them a hypothetical situation, you can give them an interesting situation so that they are really interested in this activity. So you can give interesting hypothetical situation, or it can be a question for them, and ask them to look for the positives, for the negatives, and for the interesting points. And during when they will try to find out the positive, the negative, and the interesting points regarding that situation or question, they will be developing their creative thinking skills. They'll be developing their decision making skills. They'll be developing their practical thinking as well. So moving on further, what else we can do as a teacher? We can use the multiple intelligence theory. Instead of focusing upon the general intelligence, we should focus upon the multiple intelligences of the students. So tap into your students' strength by using the multiple intelligence theory. When students, they are able to use their strengths, they can tap into their creativity. So creativity requires to use different parts of our brain. As we all know, there is left hemisphere, then we have the right hemisphere, then we have the cerebral part. So when we are trying to use all the parts of the brain, different parts of the brain, by using the multiple intelligence theory, it will definitely help in fostering creativity among the learners. So we should try to involve the different parts of the brain in the teaching learning process, and we should also try to engage the different parts of the brain by focusing upon the multiple intelligences. Like we have the general intelligence, then we have emotional intelligence, then you have the spiritual intelligence. So different types of multiple intelligences, they need to be focused upon during the teaching learning process, not the general intelligence only. Then we should focus upon teaching creative skills also. What are the creative skills which can be taught to the students? How to use your imagination, how to imagine, how to use your imagination, and how to collaborate with your peers. So collaboration, my dear friends, is a very important 21st century skills, as I mentioned earlier, First is the collaboration, second is communication, third is creative thinking, fourth is the critical thinking. So we need to teach our students these creative skills, how to be creative, how to imagine and how to use your imagination, then how to collaborate with your peers. So working in groups, working in teams, this is a very important soft skills, very important 21st century skill which we expect from the 21st century learners. And then how to be self motivated. So today's students, 21st century learners, they need to be the self-directed learners. As we have already seen during the pandemic time, during the pandemic period, what happened is all the life, it stopped all of a sudden. And the nature of work, the kind of work we used to do, that totally changed, right? And we all needed such skills, we all developed such skills which we were never aware that we had, right? Like for the teachers, we all worked from home, we all learned how to hold, these online classes. That was possible because we were motivated enough, we were self motivated enough. And the 21st century learners, they are going to face situation in the times to come which we cannot even imagine today, right? So for tackling such situations, we expect the 21st century learners to be self-directed learners, to be self-motivated enough. So it's an important skill which we need to inculcate in our students, to be self-directed learners, to be self-motivated enough, and you yourself show the students how to use their creativity. So all these skills, they are a pathway to making good ideas happen. So we need to focus upon developing these creative skills among the learners so that they can be creative. Moving on further, we should also focus upon designing cross-curricular lessons. So cross-curricular lessons means we need to focus upon the interdisciplinary or the multidisciplinary approach while preparing our lessons. As envisaged in NEP 2020, interdisciplinary approach or multidisciplinary approach is going to be the watchwords in the time to come. So try and design your lessons that can cross over the curriculum. Means one subject, it should integrate the examples or some content from the another subject also. So by creating multidisciplinary lessons, students, they are able to make connections better. Their understanding is better. They can connect with the concepts in a better way. Like physics and maths, they are the correlated subjects. They are the similar, they are the correlated subjects, and we can combine such subjects together. You can try combining art with history or music with maths. So depending upon your own creativity as a teacher, you should try to design cross-curricular lessons or multidisciplinary lessons and allow your lessons to intertwine, and you'll see the wheels turning in your students' brains. So when you take up such lessons in the classroom, obviously the students, they'll be able to think, they'll be able to imagine the things in a better way, and their brains, they will start moving on. Going on further, as a teacher, we need to recognize creativity also in the classroom, within the students. So recognize creativity when you see it, and create your classroom environment to create and recognize creativity as well. So we, as a teacher, as a teacher educator, as an educationist, I need to give chances to the students, to the learners, and I need to create such a classroom environment, I would say open classroom environment, which is open to new ideas, which is open to new experiences, so as to promote creativity among the students. So you need to promote creativity, and you need to recognize the creativity which is already existing in the learners. For example, if you're asking, you're teaching English to the students, and you're asking the students to write an essay, for example, essay on a football match, right, scene at the railway station, or any story or any essay. So how do you recognize the creativity, or how do you promote the creativity while asking the students to write an essay? If there are 40 students in a class and you are writing the essay on the blackboard and asking your students to write line by line in the test, when you take their test on that particular essay, a scene at the railway station, that means you are not recognizing their creativity, you are trying to snub their creativity. So everybody has been to the railway station, everybody has seen the scene at railway station, as so encourage the students to write their own essay in their own language, in their own expression. So when you're teaching a language, one of the major objective is to develop creative expression among the learners. So how will you be able to develop that creative expression? When you allow the learners to write their own essay in their own language using their own expression. So this is how you can promote creativity. You can recognize creativity as well in your students. So you can fill the walls and bulletin board to show cause different ways students can tap into their own creativity. So you can decorate the walls, the bulletin boards. You can encourage the students to decorate the walls and the bulletin boards in a creative manner. Showcase your students' creative work. If somebody has prepared a very good project, you need to show it in the maybe PTM, display it in the PTM, or display in some competition, or display in the classroom itself, so that the rest of the students, they get encouraged, because the creativity of a particular student is being recognized. So showcase your students' creative work. By doing so, you are creating a space that recognizes and fosters creativity, which can be quite inspirational for the rest of the students. So moving on further, try to build emotional contacts, emotional connections. So creativity can be cultivated best through emotional context. For example, if teacher gives a project to the students related to community problems like domestic violence, or any problem related to your domestic health, or anything related to the adolescent stage, then it can help in sprouting creativity because of the human touch and hence emotional connection in it. So when you are trying to give projects, trying to give problems which are in one way or the other related to the real life problems of the students, obviously they'll be really interested in your in this kind of activities, and this will help in sprouting creativity among the students. So classroom environment, as I have mentioned earlier, classroom environment has to be open. You should design your classroom space in such a way that students, they feel confident, and they are open with the teacher. They are given that freedom. They can discuss, they can talk to the teacher in the way they want to, and teachers can make classroom environment where each student's voice matters a lot, and getting involved with the students in the community is the best way to give push to their creativity. And teachers can make classroom environment by permitting frequent discussion and interaction and students amid students in the classroom. The best type of classroom environment is where students, they are allowed to speak, they are allowed to ask questions, they are given enough freedom to express themselves. So that means by developing a democratic classroom environment in your class, you are trying to cultivate creativity among the learners, you are trying to develop confidence in them. And you have to make time for informal class opportunity, and try to memorize each student's name, and meanwhile ensure every student knows everyone's name. So this is a kind of emotional connect you are trying to create with your students. Then risk taking, or the ability this ability create risk taking, risky thinking, or this ability, this fosters creativity, and teachers must encourage risk taking approach in the students. So those who tend to be in their comfort zone, they are not the risk takers, and teachers should try to create a safe environment in the classroom that permits risk taking and arouse willingness in the students to try new ideas, accept the mistakes made by students, and encourage them to try new things, talk to other teachers, and discuss it, what worked, what not. So you can share your experiences with your fellow teachers. The next is active learning. So learning has to be active, learning has to be participative. Whatever you do in the classroom, lots of participation of the students has to be there. It may be in the form of a roundtable discussion. It may be interaction. Interaction has to be two-way interaction from the teacher to the student, from the students to the teacher as well. In the class, it should always be a dialogue, not a monologue. So permit the students to create some of the questions for their upcoming exam also. So it has to be active learning. Students participation is must. Find ways to incorporate and integrate art, music and others. So as discussed earlier, it has to be multidisciplinary approach. And when you base upon art, music, etc., it is kind of cultural based creativity we are trying to develop in the students. So in the next session you'll be talking about the next resource person will be talking about using ICT for enhancing creativity. So in 21st century we have already been through the pandemic period, and while the online classes we were taking up, so we can use a number of online tools, different types of technology for developing creativity. Web blogs encourage the students to create their own blogs. Teachers can use their own blogs for communicating with the students. Brainstorming and mapping tools, CMAP is such tool. More online brainstorming tools, they can be used. Puzzles, visual graphs, mind maps, infographics can be used with the students. And online games, the number of online games are available. Cartoon based softwares are available, such as we have Plotagon. So such type of online gaming activities, they help in fostering creativity among the learners. So design multidisciplinary lessons, as we discussed earlier, geometry through art, or music integrated into maths, or art integrated into maths. So we should focus upon that interdisciplinary approach, and give students time to ask questions. So students should be given enough freedom to ask questions, to resolve their queries, and establish expressive freedom in the classroom. And the main 8 points which you can keep in mind while creating a creative classroom environment: focus upon flexible seating in the class, use creative grouping, create visual goals for the students, find unique resources, get creative with classroom management, embrace alternative assessments, encourage autonomy in your classroom, encourage discussion and collaboration among the students. So at the end, we can conclude that finding ways of developing your creativity through everyday experiences is a great time efficient way of exercising the right side of your brain. Once you practice this over a period of time, it will become much easier to tap into your creative side. So thank you so much for your patient listening. By the end of the session, I guess we can take a few questions from the audience.
Thank you, ma'am.
So these are the resources. You can go through these resources. Thank you so much for your patient listening. So we can take a few
Thank you, ma'am.
questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, madam, for giving a wonderful session on creativity. That is pedagogy for enhancing creativity. Today, madam has thrown lights on creativity. That is the meaning about creativity. The 4 P's, such as the person, process, product, and the creative pedagogy, how to foster a creativity in the classroom, about divergent thinking and different models like Osborne Pons model, and thinking for 6 thinking hats technique, PMI technique, multiple intelligence theories, and use of technology in the classroom, and ways to create creativity among the students. We are very thankful to you, ma'am. A question raised by K. Ravati: how can we encourage the creative thinking among the slow learners?
See, slow learners are the ones who have, their level of intelligence is on lower side. They are the slow learners. They take time to learn. They take more time to learn. But it's not like that they are not creative. If a person is not intelligent, it doesn't mean he's not creative. He's not going to be creative. A person can be having low intelligence, but still he or she can be creative in his or her own way. So similar techniques, they will work for the slow learners, but the only thing is they will take more time to give new ideas, to discuss, to come forward. So we have special responsibility for the slow learners, and I usually share with my students that a teacher's success is not in teaching the intelligent students, right? A teacher's success is in teaching the slow learners or the students with average or below average intelligence. If in my classroom, a slow learner or the student with low intelligence who used to be the backbenchers in the previous years, and if or she starts sitting on the first bench in my class, that is my success as a teacher. And it really works. And it really works. The MEd class I'm teaching these days, there are few students who are regular absentees. Ma'am, there is lots of disturbance. Somebody is talking.
Dear participants, please mute your audio.
So the MEd batch that I'm teaching these days, there are 3-4 students who are the regular absentees normally. But by the end of the semester, like for the past 1 month, they are coming to the class on a regular basis. And whenever I go to the class, I really appreciate those students. And I encourage those students, give example to rest of the students that my success as a teacher is when these 4 students they are coming to the class on regular basis. Rafiq Ahmed, please mute yourself. There is lots of disturbance from your side. Yeah. So if you can make those students come to your class who are otherwise absentees, and if you can make your backbenchers sit on the first bench of your class, that is your success as a teacher. And I take it that way. It is not the percentage of marks. It is the overall behavior of the students that matters to me as a teacher. Thank you. Any other questions? Somebody was asking regarding ADHD students.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
How to create and improve ADHD children?
Yeah, but for these special children, there are special techniques for tackling those students, for dealing with those students, and for fostering creativity among students. So we have to use those specialized techniques for these special students. I have just mentioned the general techniques which we all can use irrespective whether we are teaching in school or in some higher education institution. So there's another question from Revati. The question,
one more question from
can creativity be used to enhance
emotional intelligence?
Yeah. So I was talking about during the presentation, you might have seen establishing emotional connect with the students is very important. So when you have that emotional connect with your students, and students, they have emotional contact or the connect amongst themselves with their peer group, right? So they'll find it easier to collaborate. They'll be finding it easier to share their thoughts with the teacher, with the rest of the students also. So thereby focusing upon that emotional contact, emotional connect, you are trying to enhance their emotional intelligence, and which can help in creative expression, which can help in creativity development among your students. Any more questions, please? Yes, Dr. Carolyn?
No more questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Hopefully all the questions are over. No other question is there in the chat box. Jayanti ma'am, could you please give the thanks?
Yes, 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 ma'am. Dear Madam, today you have enlightened us with new knowledge and information regarding creativity. Within this short period of time, we have gained a wide knowledge on creativity. Definitely, we will utilize all these strategies in our classroom. Hope all the participants possess a clear-cut idea about how to foster creativity in the classroom. We are very grateful for spending your precious time and your service for the teaching community. On behalf of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Loyola College of Education, University Technology Mara, and on behalf of all our participants, we wholeheartedly thank for your gracious presence and deliberations. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for your patience and time. And last but not the least, I would like to thank Professor Mani and Dr. Caroline for
Thank you, ma'am.
keeping me updated and for connecting with me, for
Thank you, ma'am.
for interacting, for giving me this opportunity to interact with this wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, sir.
ma'am, for
Thank you,
accepting your
Professor. Thank
invitation
you,
and
ma'am.
being with
Thank
us,
you.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Interrupt. Before we
Thank
end
you.
the session, is it
Thank you.
possible for us to take a group photo? Can I ask everyone's help to turn on their camera and we can take a group photo together? Thank you. I'll wait for a few seconds. I'll be taking screenshots from each, from page by page here. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna give some more time. All right. Okay, if everyone is ready, let's smile for the camera and I'll take the screenshot now. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, second page. 1, 2, 3. Third page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, last one. Hold on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am,
Uh,
for such an interesting session on developing a creative classroom through pedagogical approaches. I'm sure all the participants would have gained insights on incorporating the same in their classrooms and institutions. Dear participants, feedback link has been sent in the Cisco WebEx chat box, YouTube chat box, and the WhatsApp group also. Kindly fill in the feedback before we could start the next session so you can be eligible for the e-certificate. Now let's break for lunch for half an hour and be back to the same platform by 1 p.m. Thank you. Let's break for
I
lunch
take your
and let's
leave.
be
Thank you
back
so
by
much.
1 p.m. Dear participants, kindly come to the same platform by 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your coordination. Thank you. We will hope to meet by 1 p.m. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caroline, ma'am? Caroline, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
May I audible?
Yeah, sir, you are audible, you are visible.
Yeah.
Your
I
session
will-
starts by 1, sir. Sharp 1, let's be.
So I will be joined with at 12:50 p.
Yeah, sir, kindly join by 12:50.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, total okay, okay. Okay, okay.
Dear participants, welcome back to the afternoon session. Creativity doesn't wait for that perfect moment. It fashions its own perfect moments out of ordinary ones. Bruce Garabrand. The third session will be on the topic ICT in New Normal Classroom by resource person Dr. Crescente Exor P. Barcelona, Dean, Teacher Education Program, Lord's College, Philippines. Over to the moderator of the session, Dr. P. Subramaniam, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai.
May I audible? May I audible, ma'am? May I audible? Yes, thank you.
Subramaniam, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Audible.
Wait. Sir, you're muted. Kindly wait. Jay, sir, kindly unmute Dr. P. Subramanian.
I am now audible.
Madam, unmute.
Subramaniam, sir, could you please
Yes,
unmute yourself?
Yes. Now audible, ma'am.
You're not audible.
You're audible, sir.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
You're audible, sir.
I hope I am not now audible. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello?
Subramaniam, sir, you are accessing through two gadgets, I think. One mobile, another laptop.
Yes, I will disconnect one. I will disconnect the laptop. Yeah. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Kindly start, sir.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Myself, Dr. P. Subramanian, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University. So I am very happy to be a moderator of this session of the international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects, jointly organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Loyola College of Education, and University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. My warm and special good afternoon to all gathered here. It is my great privilege and it is my great honor to introduce about the vibrant resource person of this session, Dr. Crescente Exor P. Barcelona, sir. Sir is presently serving as a Dean, Teacher Education Program, Loyola College, Philippines. Sir is also a faculty of Graduate School, Coordinator of Quality Assurance Office, Coordinator of Promotions Marketing Office, core member of Academic Planning and Implementing Team for Flexible Learning. Sir has completed his Doctor of Philosophy in English with concentration in linguistics. Sir is presently Sir is a honorary president of Council of Deans for Teacher Education Philippines, member of Linguistics Society of Philippines, lifetime member of Philippine Association for Graduate Education. He has presented many papers in the international conferences. Very specifically, he has presented his paper in the international conference sponsored by Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, University of Australia. He has involved himself in many collaborative research work. Some of the works are coping practices of pre-service teachers in flexible learning, a case study of a private higher education, influence of self-regulated learning and the writing skills of grade 10 students, effects of peer-assisted learning strategy in developing research writing skills of SHS student researchers. So on behalf of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, on behalf of Loyola College of Education, on behalf of University Technology Mara, we wholeheartedly invite you, sir, for our sessions. Your presence makes this international webinar a grand successful one. I am on behalf of the organizing team. We wholeheartedly thank you for accepting our invitation to present your valuable views with regard to your topic that has been chosen by you. Thank you, sir. Welcome you, sir. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope I am audible. And I would like to sincerely thank the organizing team for inviting me in this session. Of course, my good friend, Dr. Chita, Dr. Carol, and also Dr. Sharifah, thank you so much for the invitation. And I do hope that I will be able to finish my discussion or my presentation within the 40 minutes that I was given to. I will try my best to be able to finish my presentation on time. And so allow me to share my presentation very quickly. Okay, I hope you can see my presentation, Dr. Sobripanyag. Okay? Thank you very much, Dr. Gita.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Your
my topic
presentation is visible.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carol. So my topic this afternoon will be talking about ICT in new normal classroom, but I'd like to focus specifically on issues, challenges, and opportunities. And in the discussion that I will be having in the next few minutes, I will be talking about the current practices that we have, the opportunities and the challenges, and then we talk also about a little about the new normal learning environment and also the new normal teachers. Who are we supposed to be in this time of new normal? But before I will continue, I would like also to put some disclaimers of my discussions. Firstly, I would like to inform everyone that this is a sharing of experiences. And I'd like to really thank our organizers because this is an opportunity for us to be able to share our thoughts, our experiences on matters related to education. So most of the presentations that I have here, the concepts that I have here, are some of them are from my experiences that I have incorporated in my discussion. Secondly, I also would like to inform everyone that context varies. So therefore, each country has different forms of different ways of the responses to their education departments relative to the pandemic, and so therefore the context also varies. I also would like to inform everyone that the focus primarily of my discussion will be on the online distance modality or ODL. Considering that ICT in the new normal primarily started or stemmed from the online distance learning or online classes. So I'd like to put that as a disclaimer and I'd like to put that as a context of my presentation. So we begin this afternoon by an interaction with some of our participants today. And I hope that our good friends here, the organizers, can also help me out in looking into some of the responses of our participants to really ensure that they are around. Okay? So, firstly, I'd like to know from our participants, I'd like you to share in our chat box or our chat, I'd like you to drop in there, what is your hashtag for the day? Hashtag as an educator for the day. Today, my hashtag is awesome. Hashtag awesome teacher. So what is yours? I'd like to know from the rest of our participants in the room, what is your hashtag for the day? May we know if there are responses in our chat? Hashtag sharing according to Dr. Gita. Anyone else? Hashtag curious. Hashtag learner. That's good. More? Okay, I'm sure that the others are here, but I think the connectivity is also another issue, which I will be talking about later. Anita here is saying hashtag a learner teacher. That's great because we have also hashtag new knowledge. I hope I will be sharing something that is new. More? One more? Okay, perhaps a bit later, maybe we'll be able to hear more because later I will also be asking you, I will be also interacting with you through the presentation. All right, to begin with, I'd like to put into perspective this concept. What Jonas Mothoni in 2021 said that ICT plays an important role in education, helping teachers adapt to the tools and deliver the effectively disseminate knowledge to learners and realizing the principle of lifelong learning. And I think this is one of the things that we need to think about at the present time. That really the pandemic, if there's one thing that the pandemic has taught us, it is that we need to instill in our learners the principle of lifelong learning. And indeed, this principle of and indeed ICT plays a very crucial role on how we can best develop our learners to become lifelong learners. More importantly, we always say that during the pre-pandemic, we have been using ICT. I think all of us are in one with this, that we had used ICT before in many forms. But I'd like us to put into the context of teaching, of delivering the lesson. And I think these are some realities that I would like to share with you. Reality number one, the ICT use in the classroom instruction or delivery is basically optional or if not limited during the pre-pandemic time. I know that because many of the schools don't have even the ICT infrastructure that are needed to support the instruction using or utilizing ICT. So it has become optional or limited. Secondly, we use ICT during the pre-pandemic to make the learning process basically only easy and interesting. It was not a dire need, it was not a necessity, but it was really just simply a want. And we say that we used ICT to communicate to our learners. In the past, we also used ICT in terms of creating learning or visual resources such as the one that you can see on your screen. We also use ICT to store and manage information such as the grades of our students, the outputs of our students, and so on and so forth. These are things that happened before the pandemic. But the current situation halted all of those practices that we had in the past, specifically on the use of technology. Why? Because the current COVID-19 crisis has forced many countries to close the schools or the colleges and universities to halt the spread of the virus. And it is in fact a reality that many education systems moved rapidly online on a very unprecedented scale, resulting to many issues related to number one, teaching, and number two, learning. Other than that, many education systems also move activities online to allow instruction to continue despite the school closures. And more importantly, online schooling has become an important tool to sustain skills development during the school closures. As what they say, as what people would always say, that education must really continue. And because of those situations that happened right on the onset of pandemic, there were a lot of challenges that existed. And one of those challenges is really number one, the absence of the universal access to ICT infrastructure. I'm not just simply talking here of the software and the hardware of the computers, but I'm also talking here about connectivity, which is one of the biggest issues right now that we are facing in online learning. Other than that, the lack of adequate preparation among teachers and students for the unique demands that online teaching learning pose. In fact, many of the teachers struggled so hard on how they can deliver the lessons, adding a lot of stress to them, not only physically, but also mentally. Other than that, this is also another big issue that came out, that some families and teachers struggled to provide such support because of the lack of time, because parents are practically working, the insufficient digital skills that the parents and their guardians which the parents and their guardians are supposed to help, and also for the teachers to be able to use to or in delivering the lesson, and more importantly, the lack of curricular guidelines for this. In fact, many of the institutions adopted new guidelines on how ICT can be or can be modified in the context of their schooling or in their institutions. OECD 2020 explains that teachers need support to incorporate technology effectively into their teaching practices and methods and help students overcome some of the difficulties that are associated with this form of learning environment. And with that being said, I would like to pose with you some of these contexts that education framers would always assert on, and that is that education must really continue. And in fact, we did that. We have done it so, and as to if it is successful, that still remains to be seen, and it still remains to be assessed on. But one thing is for certain, our education continued despite the school closures. And as what Alberto Muyot from Save the Children Foundation explains, children have rights to access education even in times of emergencies, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. And so, the current practices of the online distance learning are these are some of the practices rather that are existing in many of the institutions, as I have observed and I saw from many of my friends who are also educators. Number one, the practice of the asynchronous and the synchronous classes, and I believe many of the teachers who are here are doing synchronous and asynchronous ways of teaching. Other than that, there is also the wide use of the learning management system, or the LMS, where online classrooms have been created, virtual platforms are there, and so on and so forth. And of course, don't forget the student engagement trends. These are strategies that are currently existing in order to engage our students. I mean, we have to think about it in this light that the face-to-face learning strategies, some of them could no longer work in an online learning or online distance learning. So these are some of the emerging trends in the student engagement, like for example, the use of educational applications. I'm sure many of the teachers who are here have used multiple educational applications, and also the use of collaboration tools such as, for example, the Jamboard, the Google Docs, and so on and so forth, just to really engage our learners. Other than that, online communities have also emerged. Online learning communities have also emerged. In fact, I was telling my students in the past to always participate, my graduate school students, to always participate in online learning communities, because through that, you will have a shared experiences of what is happening in in other countries or in the globe, relative to your concern or relative to the field of specialization that they are in. And of course, this is also a rise in the online distance learning, that is gamification. In fact, many of our teachers have to learn very hard how to do the games, how to transform the games which they were used to in online classes, that they were used to in face-to-face classes, to the online distance learning. My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, if ICT can impact learning, when teachers are digitally literate and understand how to integrate it into the curriculum. That is why those that we have mentioned earlier about the use of LMS, the use of all of those things, need not only the will or the direction of the administration of or the education policymakers, but it has also to stem from the literacy of the teachers who are delivering the lessons to the classes. So if I am to ask the teachers who are present right now in this virtual platform, if given the chance to rate yourselves in terms of the level of your digital literacy, the level of your digital literacy, In a scale probably of 1 to 4, with 4 as the highest and 1 as the lowest, what could be your rating in terms of your level of digital literacy? I'd like you to pause on that and write that in the chat. Write in the chat your response to that question. If you are given the chance to rate yourselves in terms of how good you are or how literate you are digitally, what would be your rating? 4 is the highest. 2 before, now 4. Okay, we have a lot of we have 2 4s right now. Other responses from our participants? We have 2, we have 4, we have 3. That's good. We have 5, but we are only up to 4. So we have 3, we have 2, 4. Good. 4. Thank you, Dr. Jita. Okay, so practically we are in the range of 2, 3, and 4. Thank God. Because on the onset of the pandemic and the onset of the online distance learning, many of the teachers struggled so much. In fact, you can see in a lot of research articles, you can see in a lot of research articles that many teachers really struggled on how struggled in delivering their lessons because they have a very low digital literacy rate, according to them. And so you will be able to see that we are very much grateful right now that at least we are already on a 3 and a 4, which means we can already navigate technology into our classroom. Other than that, we always would like to say that we need to be really digitally literate this time because our learners are basically digital natives. These are 21st century learners whose characteristics are right now on your screen. They are creative, they are adaptive, they're interactive, they are networked, they are multitasker, they are technology literate, they're instant, they're media savvy, they're flexible and dynamic, they're communicators and collaborators, they have multimodal learning styles, and they are reflective at the same time, critical. So how do we as teachers address these characteristics or teach our students to develop more of these characteristics within them? And that is really a challenge for all of us. That is why in many cases teachers are always at the forefront of being asked, what am I still a relevant teacher in the present time, considering that the characteristics that I showed you before are not the characteristics that we used to be when we were still students. I hope you agree with me on that. And in fact, I'm not saying that generally all of these characteristics are the ones that are existing in your respective places, because I know for a fact that many of our schools here in the Philippines even are practically located in the remote areas, and they're not actually media savvy. Some of them are not technologically literate. But what we are saying is that most of our students can easily adapt to the technology. And because of that, there are so many practices that we can do. I mean, the topic this afternoon talks about how how can we enhance creativity? How can we enhance ICT? How can we enhance rather creativity in our classroom with the use of ICT? And I believe that there is no fast and single rule, as what the introduction earlier says that this is how to become creative with the use of ICT. That would be a great misjudgment to one's belief if you say that this is the exact way on how to become creative. But I believe in the context that says to be creative at this time means that our students are engaged. No matter what form that is, as long as the students are engaged, then the teachers are creative. By engagement, we mean to say here, in my context, what I mean to say by engagement is when they have the capacity to have no dull moments inside the classroom. And that is why I'd like to share with you some of these classroom practices that we have done in our institution and in some of the observations that I got. The first thing, that if you really want to enhance creativity inside your classroom and with the use of ICT, the first thing that we must do is always do scanning. By scanning, we mean to say here, we try to identify what are the available learner devices that we have with our student, what are the available devices that our students have in the respective places. Because if, for example, you are thinking about this kind of applications to be used, but the devices could not could not support your planned activity, then it would be pointless. What I mean to say is that we need to make sure that our students also have the sufficient devices that they can use in order for your lesson, in order for your lesson to be effectively delivered in the classrooms. Other than that, we need also to do scanning in terms of the learner's internet connectivity. And I think you are one with me in saying that there is really a huge problem of internet connection in many cases, in many countries in Asia. Our internet is really not that good, not that fast, but at least we have connection. That's it. We have those students in our schools who have who have very strong internet connectivity. There are those also who have very weak connectivity. There are those with intermittent connectivity, and there are those with no internet connectivity at all. So what am I saying? That these are just simple considerations for you to think about when you try to be creative in your classes, in your online learning classes. And of course, we need to think about the teachers and the learners' ICT literacy level. And I thank God for the 3 and the 4 earlier, because it only goes to show that at least we have already a high to very high ICT literacy level. But think about your learners. Can they also navigate the applications, the educational applications that you will be using in your classroom? Or will you be willing to teach them? I think those are some of the areas that you can think about when you will be enhancing creativity in the delivery of your lessons with the use, of course, of ICT. Second one is on keeping it simple. What are we going to keep simple of? We look into the appropriateness to the learner's context. As I keep on repeating since earlier, whatever creative activity that you will be doing in your classroom, you have to ensure that they are appropriate to your learner's context. It has to be appropriate in terms of the literacy level of the students, in terms of the devices that the students are using inside the classroom. You have to make it it doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be very complex. It doesn't have to be very complex when you will be delivering your lessons. Or will you be using creative tools, ICT tools in the classroom? Simple lessons, as long as students are engaged, is very much okay. Simple lessons, as long as students are engaged, and as long as targets, outcomes, results are achieved, then it's very much okay. It doesn't have to be so grand. It may be just simple things that the students can engage to, and that will be okay. And I think this is also one of the things that we need to think about, because there are some lessons that are very lengthy, some lessons that are very heavy, and suggestions in many scholars are saying that in online distance learning, we need to chunk lessons and encourage our students to become independent learners. And that is why we keep our lessons simple, and we let our students do more of the research thing. Why I think you are one with me in saying that the attention span of our students is really less than the attention span of our students is really less as compared to ours. Many researchers said that the attention span of primary learners would be just 10 minutes. Some says 20 minutes. Some say that those who are in the high school level have an attention span of 30 minutes, and that is why we keep the lessons simple. In fact, it's also very logical to make to chunk the lessons, because number one, I mean, think about it, too much exposure of our students to the computers, that can have serious ramifications, physical ramifications. Secondly, we need to chunk the lessons because of the attention span of our learners. That would mean to say, therefore, that we encourage them to do independent learning. And that is why I would always believe that if you chunk your information, you chunk your lesson, don't keep on talking inside the classroom. Stop doing the lectures, because many of the learners are, especially the primary ones going to the high school ones, don't like really to do a lot, don't like really to listen to teachers who are lecturing. That is why it is always suggested that to make your lessons simple, have short discussions, then include videos to explain some concepts. And I'm sure that they will be very much attracted, and they will be, and of course, an interaction after would suffice in your lessons. Other than that, we also would like to welcome feedback and assessment. I will not be talking so much about assessment because my good friend here, Dr. Jita, will be talking about assessment by tomorrow. So I would like to focus my attention on feedback. Feedback to what? Feedback to check the skills or the content, to check if they were able to get it. Feedback in terms of how best you can help in improving your teaching delivery. I always had the audacity on my context as a teacher. I always loved the end part of my lesson. Why? Because number one, I always ask my students to rate my performance as a teacher at the end of the lesson. And I always love to listen. I always tell my students, because sometimes they tend to overrate. I will always tell my students, please be honest in your rating, because it is through that I learn a lot. So when they say that in a scale of 1 to 4, 4 as the highest and 1 as the lowest, they would give me a 2, I would be asking them, in what way will I improve more? And that is why feedback is important, because it allows you to improve in terms of your teacher's delivery. Then sometimes there was one instance in my class where I felt that I was so creative by using multiple applications in multiple applications in my class. And I felt that it was good. It was very creative. I felt that the students were engaged. But at the end of the day, at the end of the lesson, when I asked the students to rate my performance in teaching, many of them gave me a 1 and a 2, which are very low. So I asked them why, and they were telling me, "Sir, the lesson was good. It was delivered well. However, we cannot navigate through the applications that you are using in your classroom." And that killed my lesson. What does it mean? It means to say that it's really, really essential to receive feedback and welcome them with open arms. Don't be afraid with feedback. Feedback is good for teaching. Other than that, this is what I was saying about informal feedbacks. Through group chat, learning logs is good. Self-rating, these are essential because it's not only feedback to the teaching process, but it also gives them, it also leads them to become critical thinkers by exercising metacognition in their own learning process. So welcome feedback and assessment. Other than that, we also talk about setting expectations. We set expectations to what? To the activities expected to be accomplished, and to the communication modes, and to the digital or software programs to be used, and also the online classroom rules and SOPs, or standard operating procedures. We need to set expectations to our students. And I think by setting these expectations, we not only set the rules, but we need also, I think I will be talking about the next aspect of that later, but it really entails us to become more and more patient this time. You would know, for those who are having online classes, that many times your students are present now, they are on your screen, and then a few minutes later they are out because of their internet connection that is very problematic, and then they come in again, and then they're out again, and then when you give the activities, they would keep on asking you what is that instruction again, and so on and so forth, because of this, because of that, because of they lost an internet connection. So I think it's good to set expectations. Like, for example, if the student got lost because of internet problem, what communication mode will they be using in order to communicate to the teacher so that the students can cope up? Secondly, in terms of online classroom rules, when they come in, how would you be able to know that your students are really in the classroom? Where in fact there are some virtual platforms where we cannot see some of our students. In the case, for example, of Google Meet, if you have 50 students and you can only see 49 maximum in your screen, so what about those 50 plus students? How would you know that they are there? You can't keep on looking all the time at the participants list, right? So set expectations. The next one is we talk about availability. Availability of teachers. And I think you are one with me this time that our availability as teachers right now, I'm talking about availability of teachers to attend to students' needs is no longer the same as before, where we are at the school from 7 or 8 in the morning until 4 or 3 or 5 in the afternoon, and we are there in the school and they can come to us through consultation. I don't think it's like that anymore. In fact, if you don't set your expectations or if you don't set ground rules, many of your students would be able to text you or would be able to communicate with you around midnight, sometimes dawn, sometimes very, very late at night or before midnight. And I think many of you have experienced that because in my case, at the onset of the pandemic, when we were doing online classes, we experienced a lot of those cases. Students are asking, sir, what are we expected to do about this activity? And it's like around 11:30 in the evening. So for consultation, be available of your students. But as to the time, you have to really set your expected time for them to consult. Then be available to assist your student, to assist in terms of ICT use of your students. If there are programs that you think there are programs or applications, educational applications that you will be using and your students in your classes, you will be using in your classes and your students are having difficulty in terms of using that, be available always to assist your students. But I think one common ground or one common issue that we have right now is this question. Should teachers give their personal contact details so that the students can communicate with them? There are many there are many people this has caused a lot of frantics actually in social media because the teachers don't like their personal contact details to be there. There are a lot of issues that are coming into this, but I always say this, that highly depends on you and your institutional policies. What is your institutional policy? That's up to you. But if you believe that you can cater to the students even at the wee hours of the morning or the wee hours of the evening, then go ahead, give your contact details, and good luck. I'm sure many of your students will get in touch with you all the time. All right, moving on. Moving on. Other than that, we also need this because this is the name of the game this time for new normal teachers. Flexibility. We need to be flexible in terms of what? Deliverables. If we set this, always expect for something worse to come or something worse not to come. So expect for the unexpected this time, but ensure that you have to be really, really flexible of that. Second, be flexible of the deadlines. I mean, come to think about it, we don't have the same internet connectivity or connection speed and so on and so forth. So be flexible in the deadlines, not only because that is a need, but that is what the school requires, but because it is also a need mentally by the students. No, that's flexibility, and I think this is the last, if I'm not mistaken. Create professional learning circles. I was saying earlier about online learning communities. That's big. That's big. But in your own institutions, you can always create professional learning circles. In fact, we had done this in our institution for like a few months now, 3-4 months now, and it's really, really helping a lot. Why? Because what do you do with the professional learning circle? Number one, you share best practices. What may be best for one teacher may not be best for the other, but you can learn from the practices of the teachers who you are with. whom you are with. So share your best practices, share the challenging experiences, so that in one way or another, you know that you are not alone. There are people who have the same experiences as you have, and so therefore you will have a strong support system. Share the best practices, the challenging experiences through professional learning circles. If, for example, institutions don't create this, make an initiative. Get some close friends, close teachers that you have in your school, and then just talk. It doesn't have to be formal. It may be very, very informal, as long as you get to share and you get to learn from one another. It's good to listen to speakers in webinars, but I think it is best when you listen to the experiences of those people whom you are working with, because they are very, very much authentic. All right, dear friends, there are things that we need to think about. I know I have said so much earlier, but there are still things that we need to think about in this online learning. Creativity isn't sufficient. There are issues that we need to think about. Like, for example, according to Agayan et al., it talked about learning quality transfer. How do we really ensure the quality transfer, the learning quality transfer to our learners? And we talk about, for example, integrity of assessments, which I will not be talking much about it. Dr. Jita, my good friend, will be talking more about that tomorrow. But let's think about, if we will be doing this, if we will be so creative in the classroom, can quality learning really be transferred? Can the assessments measure what it intends to measure? And are the assessments as credible as they should be? These are things that we need to think about. Let's talk also about social and emotional learning. Let's think about this. We keep on saying about enhancing creativity in the classroom, but in the online learning, note number one, your students are not there face to face. Okay? They're not there face to face. They are actually apart from each other, and they are just there virtually. You're talking here of lack of social interactions, and of course, think about the emotional and mental health concerns of your learners. And I think much has been said about mental health concerns of the learners. But I want you to think about that, because if you give, if on your creativity you allowed so many things to be used, but instead of letting the students become more motivated to learn, it caused mental health concerns, then that's going to be a problem. Then, of course, the ICT infrastructures, I think I've said so much about that. Like, think about the availability of the latest ICT equipment, the lack of expert technical staff, the internet connectivity. I keep on repeating that because these are issues that are really surrounding in this mode of learning. So what are the challenges of teachers with all of those things that I ask you to think about? Number one, the challenge is really on diversity. How will you as teacher be able to be able to deliver what you intend and you ought to deliver, concerning the considering the diversity of learners that you have in the classroom? Number two, creativity and innovation. And I think you are one with me in saying that creativity and innovation this time is not just simply an idea, but it is a skill that teachers must possess. It is a characteristic that teacher must really possess this time. It's a need, no longer a want. And of course, to do research is a challenge. Why research? Because as I said, we continue to learn. We continue to learn, and the best way to learn is to do research. That is why professional and personal development should always be there, so that us as teachers will become more flexible. Why do we have to do all of these challenges? Why do we have to face all of these challenges? Because the common denominator is what is best for learning. What is best for learning for our students, for our learners? It isn't just simply about you. It's about your learners. It's about our learners. It's not just about us, but them, who is the recipient of our own adjustments, our own challenges. Dear friends, what am I simply saying? Simply that we need to shift our paradigms at this time. We need to become new normal teachers who are more facilitators than information givers at this time. We need to listen and focus on students' points of view. And that is why in enhancing your creativity, you need to think about how your students will be able to listen and express their points of views. Analyze how students interpret their lessons. This is very beautiful. That is why metacognitive strategies in this new normal is really something that all teachers should practice of, and allow students to question their own learning. It's something that all of us teachers, as creative teachers, need to think about, not just simply to give information, but to let assimilate them, but let our students really question what they have learned. Other than that, we need to be as technology savvy as our students. That would mean to say that our learning does not stop. We need to learn continuously. If our students can learn this, so can us. But sir, it's difficult to learn that. Some students ask me, and I told them, ask for someone who is an expert. Sir, it's expensive to get an expert to teach us those things. And I told them, I learn from my students. It takes great humility and courage, but it also is the best way. Why? Because there are some things that our students know. There are some things that our students are skillful of that we don't that which we are not. So it's okay to learn from our learners. Not a problem with me. I don't know with you. Other than that, we need to get our students involved in the community. We need to relate our school learning to real life situations, something that is really real life, so that they will be able to relate even more to your learning. And you document the experience, constant dialogue with them, and make your assessment measures authentic as possible. Okay, why do all of that? Because this is now what our new normal classrooms should be. Accessible, it should be flexible, it should be responsive, diverse, balance in terms of policies, frame strategies. It addresses the variety needs of our learners and cognitive ability, learning styles, resources, and so on and so forth. There's a seamless divide of formal and informal modes of delivery. This is what it is now in our new normal classrooms. So my question is, are you ready? I think you are one with me in saying there's no impossibility. We can learn together. Why? Because if we don't, then my dear friends, if we fail to grasp the needs of this generation, we risk the effectiveness of all our educational efforts. And if there's one thing that this pandemic has taught us, that is what Jose said, the time for reflection and interaction is basically a casualty of this age. And one of the primary goals for us who are in the higher education should be to reclaim this time. Thank you very much. And if there are questions and clarifications, I'm very much happy to answer them.
Sir, may I proceed?
Yes, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So in the beginning of your presentation, one of the participants raised the following question, namely Dr. Bimala Karthiyayani, how to integrate the online communities?
Yeah, very interesting. I keep on, I just had a lesson about online learning communities a few days ago, and I was telling my students, you don't have to use online learning communities as part of your lesson, but it can be an opportunity for students to expand what they already learned. They can also be used as a form of research avenue for learners to be able to listen to different perspective from different people. So that's my take on the matter. It's really up to the creativity. Again, I go back to the creativity of the teacher, how he or she will use online learning communities. Do we have other questions, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So one more question from the participant, namely Revati. So, ma'am, our educational structure purely depends on the completion of the syllabus within the limited period. How far the ICT is helpful for the teachers to accomplish their task? This is the question, sir.
Yeah, I truly understand on how syllabus are on a limited period. Well, we set our targets basically and put them into syllabus. But the thing is, with the new normal that we are experiencing right now, does this still hold true? Is it still possible to do a lot flexibility in terms of the delivery of our instruction? I think that it's good to really accomplish what the syllable what we have placed in the syllabus, but I also think that quality of learning is not supposed to be measured by time. That's my belief. That's my principle. That's my opinion. It should not be limited by time, but rather it should be limited on the concrete, actual, and meaningful interaction of you, the teacher, and the learners with the other counterparts. So what am I simply saying is that ICT can be very helpful in many forms, but again, that would highly be dependent on the creativity of the teacher and how he or she will be using technology or ICT. In the case, for example, of a teacher who follows a limited time frame, you think about what are those ICT tools that can be useful in achieving them. But then again, please do not make sure, it's not about a contest of how many tools you use. It's not a contest about how many ICT tools that you have used. It's about how ICT can support the instructional process, can support the achievement of the content that is placed in the syllabus.
Oh,
that's it, sir.
Yes, sir. One more question from the Revati madam. Shall I read, sir? Yeah. How can we assess socio-emotional learning in this new normal learning paradigm?
Come again, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you well.
How can we assess socio-emotional learning in this new normal learning paradigm?
Yeah, very interesting. The fact is that as teachers, it's really quite difficult to do a lot of assessment in terms of the social emotional learning of our learners. But I think one thing is for certain, we might not be able to have a direct impact to it, but what thing that we could do is sensitivity on the part of us as teachers, sensitivity in terms of the design of our curricular of our deliverables, the design of our content. How do we be able to do this and that? But what I'm simply saying is that it's difficult to assess the social emotional learning. But one thing that I take pride on it with what I have taught my students is this. And I learned it, by the way, from the concepts of my good friends from UITM, the concept of the pedagogy of care. It's really so beautiful to exercise the pedagogy of care, right, Dr. Jita? To really be able to put that into the perspective of from the very start of the lessons, asking your students how are they before you start the lesson. That really puts so much impact of our learners at the present moment. That's it, sir.
Yes, sir. Excellent. So we are having the similar type of questions from the participants. So I think that it's running out of time. So it's better to conclude the session. So my proposed vote of thanks, ma'am. Caroline, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It is like, please, dear participants, kindly mute your audio. Thank you. May I audible? May I audible to everyone? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So it is my great privilege and it is my great honor to propose a hearty vote of thanks to our vibrant resource person, Dr. P. Barcelona, sir. So we are really thankful to you, sir. We are really grateful to you, sir. You have done a great job in our session. Your presentation makes this international webinar a grand successful one. And I happen to see a lot of applause in the chat box from the participants. That shows the right person has been chosen for this international webinar. I would like to congratulate and I would like to thank the organizing team for choosing a right person for this particular session. And you have given a very great ideas. You have given a brief ideas about ICT in a new normal classroom with lot of inputs. Like participants, I have enjoyed a lot. So I am really happy to say that I am not a moderator. I am a listener for your presentation. So really, I would like to congratulate. I would like to appreciate all the organizing team members for the great efforts to choose you, sir. To choose you, I have enjoyed a lot. During your presentation, I happened to see your facial expression, your gestures. That shows how much involved you are, how much you are involved in your content. Sir, we are really grateful to you, sir, and we are really grateful to you, sir. And on behalf of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, on behalf of University Technology Mara, on behalf of Loyola College of Education, we wholeheartedly thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation to share your valuable ideas in our international webinar. We are really thankful to you, sir, for your wonderful session. Wonderful session. Thanks to. And once again, I would like to thank all the participants, vibrant participants, for your vibrant presentation. Without you, this session is not be a successful one. I would like to thank one and all gathered here. Thank you.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm a representative from the corporate unit of UITM, and I would like to request all of us, the speaker, the moderator, and also the participants, to turn on your camera so I can capture the screen. Okay. So I will wait for around 1 minute for you to open. Okay, any more? Okay, I'm just going to capture the current one. All right, 1, 2, 3. Hold on, I'm just going to save this first. All right, one more, 1, 2. Okay, more people are coming in. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Barcelona. Thank you so much for your very wonderful interactive session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for highlighting the ways in which technology can be introduced in the classroom to bring out the students' potential and creativity. Dear participants, feedback link is sent to the Cisco WebEx chat box, YouTube chat box, and WhatsApp groups too. Kindly fill in the feedback before we could start the next session and become eligible to get the e-certificate. The next session will start exactly at 2 p.m. So kindly stay in the kindly stay in the platform.
Thank you, Dr. X.
Thank you very much.
Good speech.
Thank you, Gitanjali madam. Thank you.
Dear participants, the final session for the day will be on the topic Fostering Creativity in Teaching and Learning by Dr. A. John Lawrence. So the speaker will join shortly. Please stay on the platform. Dear participants, kindly stay connected. Resource person for the final session will join us shortly.
Malang. Kalau Mak Lang buka, Mak Lang punya ni nampak lah sekejap. Mak Lang tutup Mak Lang punya ni. Eh. மேலதான் ஃபைல் ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. அதான் எடுத்து அந்த ரூம் அலாட் பண்ணுங்க. செகண்ட் இருந்து பாருங்க. இங்கிலீஷ்ல அது செகண்ட் வரும். ரெண்டுமே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர் ஆகும். இது கொண்டு
Dear participants, the speaker of the last session has arrived at the meeting. May I request Mr. Jay Kumar to unmute himself and make him as a presenter.
Yes, ma'am.
Creativity is inventing, experimenting, growing, taking risks, breaking rules, making mistakes, and having fun by Mary Lowe Cook. The final session for day 1 will be on the topic Fostering Creativity in Teaching and Learning by Dr. A. John Lawrence, Associate Professor, St. Xavier's College of Education, Tirunelveli, India. May I request the moderator to take over the session? Thank you. May I request Dr. Karthikayani Subramaniam to take over the session, to moderate the session.
Kindly check with Dr. Kedanjali ma'am about the availability of Karthikayani madam, please.
She was in here.
Dr. Karthikayani, could you please kindly unmute yourself and introduce the speaker to us?
We can't hear you,
Kumar,
Dr.
sir, kindly unmute her. Dr. Karthikayani Subramaniam. No, she's still muted.
Ma'am, we sent a request to her, ma'am.
Dr. Geetanjali ma'am, kindly let me know on which name she has entered in the meeting, whether Karthikayani Subramaniam or Dr. Vimala Karthikayani.
No, Karthikayani Subramaniam. I think she accidentally left the group. She'll join back.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. She's there in the group.
She was actually in here.
Unmuted.
She was here earlier, but I'm not sure what happened.
Now she is there in the meeting.
Ma'am, if there is any issue, I think Dr. Kedanjali ma'am, you can help us to manage the situation.
No, she's here. Dr. Karthi, you're taking over.
She's talking, but we can't hear her, Dr. Geeta. I think it must be some audio issue.
Could it be your audio setting, Dr. Karthi?
Two gadgets. Jay Kumar sir, could you please unmute her? It's unmuted.
You had sent a request to them.
Dr. Karthi, you might want to try, leaving the meeting and then coming back, because I see two names for Kartiani Subramaniam.
Can you try again, Dr. Karthi?
So you can hear me? Yeah, can you see me or hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Now you can hear me. Oh, great. I better get started before I lose you again. My sincere apologies. Dr. Gita, can you hear me? All right, thank you. And I'm so sorry. My sincere apologies. Actually, I've been following this session, right? So I was just starting by saying salam sejahtera, vanakkam, namaste, and good afternoon. Good afternoon to my colleagues in India, because it's and it's in Malaysia, it's 4:30. So good evening to you all, right? So we are here in this international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Kartiaini Subramaniam. Please call me Dr. Karti, right? I'm attached to the TESOL department, Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, right? And I'll be moderating this session. I hope it's not late. So here, our esteemed colleague, Professor Dr. A. John Lawrence, who is from St. Xavier's College of Education, Tirunelveli, India. Right. Now, please allow me some time to introduce to you Dr. John. Right? He's very well established in his area of education, and we are very blessed because he's going to present a topic entitled Fostering Creativity in Teaching and Learning, right? And I really look forward to what he has to say, because he has a PhD from Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University. He has 3 postgraduate diploma in methodology of teaching English, guidance and counseling, and diploma in spoken English. And on top of this, he also has 4 master's degrees in the fields of psychology, English, and education, which I think is a potent combination. All right. So I believe that he is, he's able to tell us or share with us some how to foster creativity in our classrooms. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Lawrence to give his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. First, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University Chennai, Loyola College of Education Chennai, and University Technology Mara, Malaysia, for providing me this opportunity. Really, I feel happy and blessed to share my views and my experience on the topic fostering creativity in the classroom. Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. I have some technical delay. Okay. Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Is my screen moving? Good. I have my presentation into two parts. The first part deals with creativity and its significance. The second part deals with fostering creativity in the classroom. Okay. First, before starting, I would like to ask a small and simple question related to the topic direct. Are you creative? Are you creative in the classroom teaching? How many of you feel that you are creative in the classroom? What is your answer? How many of you are able to say, yes, I am creative in my class? Yes, I am creative in my teaching. A simple question, a basic question, and a direct question. Now, let me ask, why should we be creative in the classroom? The question can be asked in the other way. Can't we teach without being creative? Once again, the answer has its own value. Ready to answering this question, I have a small question. That is, for whom do we exist? Who are our students? We are teachers and we exist for the students. And what is the real condition? What is the learning condition? What is the real status? Intellectually, what is their status? Economically, what is their status? Socially, what is their status? Are they able to follow what we teach? In other words, are we able to teach in such a way that all the students are able to listen with interest, understanding, motivation, and interest? And Have you ever taken their problems, their learning problems, or the problems of the learners into our consideration while we are teaching? Please remember, respected participants, our learners, our students are in problems. They have problems related to their studies. They have personal problems. So our teaching is successful only when we are able to meet their problems and solve their problems. Or we can be a good teacher only if they solve their problem. As teachers, we have a professional and ethical responsibility to solve the problems of the learners. And the primary task or responsibility is to solve their learning problems. Learning difficulties are everywhere. All the students will have learning difficulties. All the subjects will have learning difficulties. Even for the bright students, some topics will be tough. In some units, they will not have learning difficulties, but on some other topic, they will have learning difficulties. So, what is our professional and ethical responsibility? Don't we feel that we should teach even if they have problems? We should. And we are supposed to be creative, or the teachers are expected to be creative in their teaching learning problem because of the first reason that creativity is problem solving in nature. We face number of problems in a classroom. Every learner is unique. Every learner problem is unique, different. Yesterday we faced a problem and today we face another problem or another issue. Yesterday a boy was good in the classroom. Today that same boy is not good in the classroom. Yesterday he was behaving well, but today he is not behaving well. In learning, there will be problems. For every learner, there will be a problem. So a teacher has a responsibility, or a teacher's duty is to teach, not by solving their problem. For example, before a week, I went to my BA class. I am an English professor. I am handling the methodology of teaching English for my BA students. On that day, the teaching hour happens to be the last period of the day. That is from 3:45 to 4:30. That was the timing of general English. And when I entered the class, all the students were in a drowsy mood, in a lazy mood, and they were requesting and shouting, "Sir, please don't teach today. Sir, 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 please don't teach." Then I asked, "What is your problem? Why do you ask me not to teach?" "Sir, it is the last hour." Then I asked, "Don't you have yesterday last hour's teaching?" They said, "Yes, sir." "And why do you say that today, in this last hour, I should not teach English?" They were keeping silent. Then I asked, "Who is the problem? Why do you want me not to teach? You want me not to teach because I am not teaching effectively, or am I not teaching interestingly? Am I not a good teacher? Don't you believe that I can teach better English, good English, even though in this last hour?" They said, "Yes, sir, we believe, but still don't teach. If you teach, we will understand, but still don't teach." Then I asked, "Are you not interested in learning English?" They said, yes, sir, we are interested in learning English." Then why do you say that you are not interested in learning in this hour, even though I can teach well? They said, sir, we don't have exam. Then I asked, would you like to study only during the examination? They said, yes, sir. We would like to study English only during the examination. It was a bit shocking, but it was the truth. Then I asked, what are you going to do with the marks? You can have good marks, but still you can be poor in English. Then, if you are not interested in learning, even though your parents are paying, what about your family? Don't you think of your family? Then they said, yes, sir, I think of the family, but they still don't want to learn. Then I asked, are you good at English? They said, majority of the students said that they are not good at English. Then I asked, if you are not good at English, why don't you learn? Why can't you learn? I will teach you something that is very interesting. Then they said, sir, you teach, but not now. Then they said, is time, the duration, time, is this the problem? Then they said, yes. Sir, in this last hour, we don't want to learn English, sir. Like this, I was asking continuously. All my questions were about the teachers' teaching problem, students' learning problem, family problem, then the college problem, then the prayer group problem. And I was asking everything. Finally, I said, today we have completed the topic problems in English language learning under the 4 headings, namely teacher-oriented problem, student-oriented problem, family-oriented problem, and the society-oriented problem. So today we have completed the unit, subunit, problems of teaching and learning English, and this is in the first unit. And by saying this, I have completed the topic. Then they all said, they asked, sir, we thought that you are telling a story, we are asking some questions, but you have completed one portion. Yes, I have completed that topic. All were shocked. And they exclaimed, sir, this professor was teaching without knowing that he is teaching. We were listening to his class without knowing that he is teaching the subject. Here, what did I do? If you make a careful analysis, I would have solved the problem in learning. They don't want to learn English. And I thought, from that point, we will continue to teach. What is a problem? They don't want to learn. Okay, let us discuss the problems in teaching of English, which is one of the subtopics in unit number 1. Here, this is innovative. This is creativity. The today's topic, creativity in the classroom or fostering creativity in the classroom, is related to what I have shared. So, in the classroom, we have to be creative, and only if we are creative, the learning problems or the students' problems are solved. Then, we have to be creative, or a teacher should be creative in the classroom for the next reason that it gives satisfaction and it is a joy for us. I said creativity solves problem. And I was very happy on that day because I was able to teach, or I was able to cover a sub-unit. I have completed my portion. I was not wasting their time, and I have an inner conscience satisfaction that I have done justice to my job. I am a teacher. I am supposed to teach. Because the student says, sir, please don't teach, I am not supposed to remain without teaching. I am washing off my hands from being a responsibility. Indirectly, in a way, by cheating them, I have completed that particular unit. So it is a joy because I have solved that problem. Similarly, in your classroom, whether it is collegiate level or university level, whatever may be the level, there will be some problems you will face. When you solve the problems innovatively, creatively, you feel a sense of joy. Therefore, we need to be creative. Then, look at this picture. The magnet attracts the iron. Similarly, in a classroom, if the teacher is creative, the students are attracted towards the teacher. Whatever may be the sharing of the teacher, the students feel that they should listen because it is interesting. It is like mesmerizing. When the teacher starts teaching, the teacher should voluntarily feel that they should listen. That is attraction. This man is teaching, this man is giving something that we don't have. By listening to him, we will get some knowledge. We will get some ideas. And this class is interesting. This is not boring. They will have the feeling only when the class is interesting, when the teacher is attractive. Therefore, we have to be creative in the class because being creative or maintaining the creativity in the classroom is an attraction. We feel happy when someone is attracted towards us. So imagine you're going to the class, students come to you and say, sir, come, sir, come, sir. Then you feel happy. Why? Because the students are attracted towards you. So a man of creativity is an attraction. A man of creativity is a man of interest. Therefore, have something new, have something different, and make the class interesting. In fact, if you don't attract your students, it is very difficult to make them learn. Your teaching, learning, task, or mission or service will be a failure if your students are not attracted towards the teacher, the teaching content. And we cannot make them learn unless we are able to attract. The student should have a love towards the teacher. The students should feel happy when you enter inside. And students will be happy when you enter inside only if you are able to attract the students.
Name.
Therefore, be creative.
I kindly ask the participants to mute themselves. Thank you.
Then, being creative in the classroom gives you self-confidence. A teacher needs confidence. A teacher inside the class should say what he is saying with personal conviction. The teacher should believe in what he or she is teaching the students. Never ask the students to do something that you don't or you can't. Of course, teaching is a challenging job for a teacher. And for students, learning is a difficult task. We have a responsibility of teaching, which is difficult. Students have a responsibility of learning, which is difficult for them. But still, we have to do it. And a man of creativity will somehow manage to do it successfully. If you have confidence in yourself, if you are creative in yourself, then you can be bold. For example, even this class that I handle now to you is assigned to me before 2 days. Just before 2 days. And I feel that I can manage 45 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour because I have self-confidence. I have self-confidence because I am creative. Usually, the participants feel that the learning content, the teaching content is well understood by the participants because my PowerPoint is creative. What I want to say, what I am trying to say is indirectly self-understood by the participants by looking at this picture. For example, we have to be creative in the classroom because it gives self-confidence. Then, even if someone is not able to understand what I say, what I explain, what is in my mind, by looking at this picture, the center picture, that is, a man is lifting up a huge ball. At any time, that big ball or that big stone may fall on him. But still, that man has the confidence, though he is weak, though he is lean, and the problem or the stone is big, too big, he is attempting to do it because he is self-confident. This picture talks of what I try to share or what I try to convey to the participants. Then look at this picture, another picture. A lady is raising the hand. What about this picture? Once again, it is a sign of confidence. Then look at the one more picture. I can do it. So if these two non-verbal pictures are not understood or not clear to someone, they can look at and read that words and understand what I can or what I am trying to say. So this slide is very creative. You have not seen this slide anywhere else in the world. Similarly, I have not designed this slide never before. This is an original slide. This is a new slide. It is designed by me and I am fully satisfied with it. Now, the originality, the new slide that I am able to make, carefully choosing appropriate pictures, gives me a self-confidence that I can handle this topic. I can make the participants listen to what I say for 30 or 40 minutes. From where do I get this confidence? Because I am creative. I can manage on my own. I have that skill. I am hardworking. I can prepare well and I can manage. So the skill of being creative gives you the confidence. Then look at this picture. One more picture. What is it? Is it a zebra? Or is it an elephant? What is it? It is not a zebra. It is an elephant. And it looks like a zebra, but it is not. Now, all of you who are looking or who are participating in this webinar are attracted towards this picture or this slide. Why? Because it is different. Because it is unique. You have not seen an elephant with zebra lines. So, I have not made this picture. How did that artist make this picture? That artist have never seen an elephant with zebra lines. But imaginatively, he has imagined on his own and he has created this picture. And a real elephant with zebra skin cover. So this is different. Because it is different, because it is unique, it is attracting, it is motivating. Therefore, a teacher has to do something different in the classroom for making the students to be creative. Good. Now, look at this picture. Compare both sides, the left side and the right side. On one side, on left side, only one man is pulling. How many are on the other side? 1, 2, 3. And who is winning? Nobody is winning. So what does this picture imply? One man is equal to 3 men. Who is that one man? A man of creativity. That one man who is creative will easily solve the problems that he faces without help but on his own. So creativity is a power, creativity is a strength. It is a personal boost. Therefore, we have to be creative. Then, creativity is the help given to others. By nature, creativity is problem solving. And when someone is in problem, because he is doing in the same world way, he is not able to solve the problem. But when you think differently, when you are not thinking in the common line of thinking, when you think differently, that problem is solved. So actually it is a help given to others. When you are creative, you are solving the problems of the problematic persons or students with real learning difficulty. You give your shoulder for the students to learn. So always be creative because it is problem solving and it is a help given to others. Then, when you do something repeatedly in the same style, the same problem remains as a problem. But when you think differently and do it differently, that problem is solved. So it is a stress reliever. You are free from your stress when you are able to solve a problem. And solving the problem is a result of creativity. Good. Now we have seen the significance of creativity. Now let us go to the next part. The part number 2, fostering creativity in the classroom. Then look at this picture. First, understand the nature of creativity. Creativity is an art. Creativity is a skill. All cannot be artistic. All cannot be skill oriented or skillful. Only those who are artistic, those who have the skill of or the art of thinking with the sense of beauty, and those who have trained themselves or developed their skills can be creative. So what are you to do in the classroom? If you want to make your classroom creative, or if you want to develop creativity among your students, first the teacher should be artistic. The teacher should be skillful. This is the first condition. First, you be artistic. You be a man of art. You equip yourself as a man of skill. Then automatically, indirectly, your students will develop creativity. Then, what is creativity? Creativity is seeing the same thing as everyone else, but thinking something different. All of you look at the same problem, but the way you approach the problem is different. All eyes are same, but the thinking is different. So think different. Encourage the students to think differently so that what is developed? Creativity is developed. So inside the classroom, to develop creativity among your students, especially in this period, allow the students to think different. Welcome the novel ideas, welcome the new ideas, and encourage the students to have their ideas being brainstormed. Let them think left and right. Even if it is wrong, let them think so that we get some new novel ideas. And creativity is making new connections. Creativity is not something that you do from nothing. The word components are there, but you combine it in another style and solve the problem. So Creativity is making new connections. New connections, that's all. For example, you have a computer, you are not able to solve, the computer is not functioning. Then what do? You solve the problem. Who is able to solve the problem? If you are looking at the computer in the same manner, then you cannot solve it. But how to solve? You think differently. You try in some other way. You try in a new way. Then the computer starts working. Here, what is the job? What is done? A new connection is established. So, inside the classroom, if you want to foster creativity among your students, always analyze the issue. Then make a synthesis. Make an analysis, make synthesis. Give importance to higher order thinking skills. Don't stop the students with knowledge understanding. Don't stop the students with remembering and recalling. Go further. Let them analyze. Let them question. Let them divide it component by components. Let them respect. Let them learn. Encourage. Then look at creativity or being creative in the class is very useful. You have a problem and you are trying to solve it, and the solving ability is really a blessing because it is very useful. That technique, that new technique is very useful. So creativity comes in handy, a ready-made solution. It is a ready-made solution. Being creative in the class, all of a sudden, trying something new is a gift. So it is a novel idea and it is a useful idea. Therefore, inside the classroom, be pragmatic. According to pragmatism, what is useful is right. What is right? That is useful is right. So which is good? The idea that is working is good. So what should you do inside the class? Be pragmatic. Understand the situation, find out a solution, a pragmatic solution. Then, creativity is only a new idea. Yes, it is a new idea. That's all, nothing more than that. You are trying in the same way, you are thinking in the same way, and you are not able to solve. Then you think differently, you generate a new idea, and when you are searching for a new idea to solve it, you are getting some new spark. Okay, something like a new idea, just like maybe a lightning from the clouds. You get it. Then you immediately apply. Similarly, inside the classroom, when there is a need to solve the problem, think again, go on thinking. If you are thinking again and again, if you are searching for new ideas, then somehow you do not know how to get that idea, but all of a sudden you get a new idea, you immediately apply, that problem is solved. So what is the point? To develop creativity among the students, search for a solution. Don't allow the problem to be a problem. Don't allow a problem to be continuously existing. Somehow, with a sense of responsibility, go on searching, thinking again and again to solve that. Then you may not get some idea immediately. The idea generation, a new idea, a working idea, a useful idea, a different idea, a novel idea will not come to you or come to you immediately. But if you go on thinking, if you go on searching, an idea with the objective of solving it, somehow at an unexpected time, you will get a very good new idea. Therefore, inside the classroom, always take responsibility to solve the problems of the students. Then, creativity comes not when you think like a sheep. If there are 100 boys having the problem, as a teacher, if you think in the same line, you will not be able to solve it. So what should you do? You think the other way. Convergently think and divergently thinking. It is the divergent thinking that helps you to solve a problem. So encourage the students inside the classroom to think outside the box. If everybody is going on one side and they are not able to solve the problem, then you also should not go in the same direction to solve the problem. Because many have attempted or many are attempting to solve the problem in the same direction, but they are not able to solve it. So what should you do? You should go on the other way. You go in the opposite direction. You go in some other deviant direction. Then you may be able to solve the problem. Think of outside the box. Don't think inside the box. If you close your eyes and if you are thinking within the box, within the four walls, then you cannot solve the problem. You cannot be creative. Creativity comes out only when you go out of the box, out of the normally set boundaries. Therefore, think outside the box. Thinking outside the box is a different new concept. Then, life is challenging, then teaching is challenging. When you enter the class, you will not know how many will learn, and with how many students successful learning, you will come out successfully. It is a challenge. But take up the challenge. There is a problem. When you enter the class, students are not saying, not ready to learn. You know this problem, but still you challenge them. First, challenge yourself. Today, I will somehow teach my students better. Today, I will apply a new technique and I will try. So challenge yourself, challenge the students to be creative. When you accept the challenge, when you challenge the students, then they come out with new ideas. Therefore, to be creative, challenge yourself and challenge the students. Then, always question. If you don't question, the problem will not be solved. You ask a question, why? And why not me? Can't I solve this problem? What is the real issue? Or why am I not able to solve the problem? Ask question. What is the real issue? Why is he not learning? Why is he coming late? Why is he troubling? Why is he creating problem in the class? You think, you ask the question why, then ask what should be done. What to do with that fellow? What to do to keep the student calm? Ask a question and you will get some solution. And the solution is the result of questioning. Therefore, encourage the students to question anything and everything. If you encourage the students to question and anything and everything, certainly there will be solution. Question and answer go together. Stimulus and response go together. Problem and solution go together. And it is a result of questioning. If you don't question, there is no solution. Therefore, inside the classroom, please allow the students and encourage the students to question. Encourage the students to question the teacher. Always say to the students, whatever may be your doubt, please ask. And whatever may be the system, whether formal or non-formal or informal, let them question and find out the truth. Good. Then, being creative is liable to commit mistakes. If there is a problem, and many have attempted to solving the problem, but they are not able. So what are you doing? You are trying to make an attempt in another way. And what is the guarantee that new way, that another way will work out? Do you have a guarantee that really it will solve the problem? No. Sometimes it will not be working. The innovative idea, the creative idea that you attempt to solve the problem may not be functioning, may be useless. So because of that, don't be afraid to take the challenge. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Committing a mistake is a part of learning. It is a part of learning. Therefore, allow mistakes in the class, because those who commit mistake will learn to do the work correctly. It is an attempt to do properly by learning by doing. Therefore, allow mistakes in the classroom when they are attempting something new, when they are attempting to solve something that is usually or a long time existing issue. Then, to make your classroom creative, always engage with the students. Let the students participate. Let the students not be passive. Let them laugh. Let them speak. Let them play. Let them fight. Let them quarrel. Let them have differences of opinion. Welcome it. But let them be engaged in the teaching learning process. Engaging the students continuously for 45 minutes or an hour is really learning or output oriented. Good. Therefore, inside the class, never be monotonous, be interactive, and give more opportunities to learn for the students. Then, creativity is a result of imagination. If you imagine more, then you are more creative. If you don't have the skill of imagination, then you are less creative. Look at this picture. What is it? It is only a piece of paper. A rough paper, a waste paper. And what is there? What has come out beautifully? A beautiful bird has come out. What is it? It is an imaginary idea. It is the result of imagination. It is creative, it is new, it is attractive, it is colorful, it is the product. And this is creativity. And this is a result of imagination. Therefore, inside the classroom, as a teacher and for the students, let them think, let them dream. Imagine. There is nothing wrong in imagining. Abdul Kalam, the former president of India, used to say, dream. Dreams transform into thoughts, and the thoughts result in action. And that action is creativity, and that action is new because it is the result of dreaming. Good. Then, teaching, learning is a purposeful, goal-oriented activity. It is not a waste of time. I have prepared this slide only with an intention that you should understand the nature of creativity, and you should find some tips, and you should take at the end of the class some ideas to foster creativity within you. Look at this picture. There is a boy, a smiling boy, a charming boy carrying a small mango plant, a mango sapling. And look at the other picture. It is full of mango fruits. So what is the purpose of that small kit? To plant that mango sapling and continuously pouring water and taking care of it for 5-6 years? That is to get mangoes. Similarly, teaching is a purposeful activity. What is the purpose of my teaching? I expect some outputs from the participants or from the students. There is a difference between objective and outcomes. Objective is prefixed. Outcome is the end product or the result. Between these two, which is more important? Outcome is more important. What is coming out from the student's mind, the student's learning is more important. So, a teacher's teaching should be goal-oriented in teaching. Fix to the goal. Decide, plan, collect, organize, systematically present, expect some result. Present in a systematical, logical, attractive, interesting, useful, colorful, motivating way, and that is creativity. And If you are goal-oriented, or if you want to make your teaching goal-oriented and output-oriented, the students have to learn. And for making the students learn, you have to be creative in the class. Then, a teacher should think of the future. And a teacher should take risk. A teacher should take an initiative and effort to solve the learning problem, learner problem, classroom problem, textbook problem, personal problem, emotional problem, and all the problems. Therefore, what should you do as a teacher? What should you do? You should think of it. You should think the other way. You should think differently. And dear participants, dear teachers, you are gifted. You are a gifted teacher. You are an experienced teacher. You are at the higher educational level. You are fortunate. You are blessed. You are blessed. You are gifted. Once again, I say you are gifted. So what should you do? You should use it. Then, there is no substitute for a great teacher. There is no substitute for you. If you are not able to be creative in the classroom and make the students learn, who else can? If you are not able to handle the class interestingly before the students and for your students, who else can? With all your high and higher and the highest degrees that you have got at different universities, different degrees, what is the use of it if you are not making the students learn? Anything that is done repeatedly in the same style is a boring. In Tamil we say, similarly, even if you teach in the best way, after some time, that best teaching becomes boring. Therefore, dear teachers, be creative in the classroom and make your teaching learning effective, impressing, and good for the students. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation because it is 3:05. I am supposed to finish by 3 o'clock and I want to be on time. Therefore, with this sharing of my thoughts, few thoughts on how to develop foster creativity, I would like to wind up my session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arul Lawrence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I am John Lawrence. Thank you, sir.
We have one question, Professor. So we
Yes,
have,
please.
yes. So I'm just going to read out the question. Sometimes we think a particular way is creative and interesting, but students don't seem to think that it's interesting. There seems to be a generation gap. So how do we deal with this?
Generation gap, it is not because of age as we think in the classroom context. In the classroom context, generation gap comes because of lack of understanding. For example, I am 50 plus, even to be frank, 55 plus, but my students are 25 plus. But what is the difference? I don't find any difference between me and my students. There is no generation gap. I understand my students. I understand the problems of youth. I understand the problems of the adolescents. My college is a quiet college. Boys are there, girls are there, all the problems are there. Big students are there, rural students are there, and English medium students are there, rich students are there, poor generation, poor students are there, first generation learners are there. There is no gap. No student feels inferior, or nobody says, sir, I am not able to follow you. I am happy with all the students. All the students are approaching me without any hesitation. There is no gap. So it depends on how you handle, how you think. So go along with the minds of the students. Understand the hearts of the students. That's enough. There won't be any generation gap.
Well said, Professor. Thank you very much. I
Thank
think,
you.
yes, Well said. So thank you very much for the session. I think your presentation was mind blowing, and I'm sure many of us would have got many ideas, to look forward when we go to our class. So I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways from your session today. I would just like to conclude by sharing a little bit. The word creativity has the word create in it. So if I may, Prof, I think teachers should be daring enough to go and create. So I think if we change ourselves and we motivate ourselves to create, then we can foster the creativity in our students. Instead of asking our students to think out of the box, if necessary, let them strive and create new boxes for themselves. I think that's the way forward. So thank you very much, Prof, and back to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's me again, from the corporate unit of UiTM. I would like to take a picture of all speaker, moderator, and also participants. So could you kindly turn on your camera? And okay, and Dr. Lawrence, if you don't mind, can you stop presenting? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, let's wait for the participants to turn on. Okay, so let's take a first shot. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me save it first. Hold on. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Professor. For the last minute call, we troubled you a lot. Just a day before we called you and we urged you to give your presentation. As usual, you rocked and you have stolen the hearts of many of the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arul Lawrence, and it's really very
Thank you,
interesting. We
Professor,
are
for
very,
giving
very
us so
grateful to
many
you.
ways through which we could foster creativity in the teaching learning process. Dear participants, with that, we come to the end of day 1 of the 2-day international webinar. The feedback link has been sent in the Cisco WebEx chat box, YouTube chat box, and WhatsApp groups also. Kindly fill in the feedback and become eligible to obtain the e-certificate. Have a great evening, everyone. Meet you tomorrow in the same platform using a different link that will be sent in your webinar WhatsApp groups.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you. Professor Lawrence, I personally thank you for
Thank you,
your
everyone. Thank you very much. See you
valuable
tomorrow.
things. Kartiani, ma'am, thank you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, all the participants. Meet you tomorrow. I'll send the webinar link, Cisco WebEx link in our WhatsApp group. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, everybody. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you. Oh, see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Geetanjali, ma'am.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye. Super. Bye. Bye.
Wonderful lecture.
Thank you. Thank you.
As usual, wonderful lecture.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline, madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Caroline, madam, thank you. This is the last
Thank you,
minute
sir. Thank you.
question. I was able to do some justice.
Yeah, you have done a great justice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.